Ready. Good evening, everyone. My name is Julianne Hirsch, Chair of the Select Board. I'd like to call the Select Board meeting for February 9th, 2026 to order at 6:31 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the open meeting law. It is being streamed live and recorded. Before we begin, I will state the members of the Select Board who are present in the room. I have Vice Chair Laura Zeiton, I have Jonathan Ray, and Jacob Jones. Mike Tejan will be joining us shortly. So let's get on with the agenda. And first things usually, public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to offer public comment? Or on the screen? Anybody see?
No, I don't see any
No?
hands.
Okay, then we can move on to approval of the minutes. There was an amendment that you received via email, I think, for the meeting minutes of January 12th.
Yeah,
It's-
I think it was recirculated with that small change. It was just listing the documents that the board had gotten that day.
Right,
So it was updated with that
Oh.
change. I'm good with it.
okay, so is there a motion to approve the open session meeting minutes of January 12th as amended?
So moved?
Moved by Jacob, seconded by Laura. All those in favor of approving the January 12th meeting minutes? Okay, passes unanimously. All right then, next on the agenda is to discuss Select Board complaint related to information provided about the new fire station located at 61 to 65 Main Street. Response from Deputy Chief Neil Espasy. So would you like to come up and?
Yes, I would like to very much so.
And we have joining us tonight also Attorney Moscas.
That's a different attorney from the last time?
Yes,
Same firm or different firm?
different firm.
Different firm. Yeah. All right. I want to start out with some statements, just to make some clarity.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
will.
having hand signals from the,
Oh.
I apologize for public comments at an odd time. Mitch Cohen, 12 Whitney Street. I just think it's a little awkward for the board to move forward with this without Select Board Member Tejan, given that he has a unique role in, in some of the opinions with this. If he's expected, I think the board would be best served by waiting for him. But that's just my opinion.
Madam Chair, I'm
Thank
fine,
you.
I'm fine skipping over this one and coming back when Mr. TJ gets back. I
sorry,
don't mean
No,
to,
that's fine. No, I appreciate
if that's
that.
okay.
is Jason Little here to do
Yep, he is.
the pay T program? You want to? Thanks, that was a good suggestion. So, moving on to pay-as-you-go bags. We got something in our packet about this, the outline of how that would work out. So, would you like to give us a little blurb on this?
Sure.
Scott, you want to start? Yeah, so Scott and I worked on this together. Scott's Scott Charpentier is the Department of Public Works Director, and he's responsible for administering the Pay-As-You-Throw trash program. In Northborough, we administer the Pay-As-You-Throw trash program as an enterprise fund, and as most people are aware, there's a subsidy from the general fund, and that is paid for through the tax levy. And given our limitations this year that we're coming up across with Proposition 2.5, we're basically looking at every option to balance the budget and provide for the capacity in the general fund. There's been a lot of talk of how little we've updated the price of the pay-as-you-throw bags over the years, and that was investigated as well. So we have put together some information here, and we'll go through it related to we compared our peer communities and neighbors that also administer pay-as-you-throw trash programs. So we have some data in this memo to discuss with folks.
I'd like to point out, I hope correctly, that sometimes don't even offer this, right? Sometimes you have to
Yeah, there's some communities that don't offer solid waste.
Right, you have
Yep.
to get,
My former community, Webster, did not. I don't know if
The
Oxbridge
community I
does.
live in, yeah, Uxbridge does not.
Rutland doesn't.
okay, so this was brought up by Fran Backstrom, I think, a couple of weeks ago, and it's something that we've talked about. Are there any questions or comments from the board? But I think before we move into discussion, would you, if we agreed to raise the price of the bags, is there something in here that says what you would raise it to?
We basically were suggesting, looking at doubling the price to increase this, to reduce the subsidy substantially.
So in the memorandum,
Yeah,
there are some options outlined at the end.
right,
End the program, keep it as it is, and raise bag prices. As far as where the bag prices get raised or how much, that's the board's decision. We're happy to do analysis depending on what your choice is.
okay, and let's just say we raised it by 2. What does that do to the, to the tax subsidy?
Yeah, so annually, we generate, with the current structure and the prices as they are, we generate about $550,000 annually from bag sales. So doubling them, in theory, would raise double 550 times 2, but we were making a conservative estimate, saying that maybe that would potentially be 400 to 450 in terms of revenue, based on people's ability and, people migrating to a private hauler for convenience or so forth, if the value isn't there for using the pay-as-you-throw program.
Yeah, we're likely to lose revenue by residents converting over to like a private hauler.
Okay,
And if you look at the table, the
Yeah.
kind of long table that we have in the memorandum, the second page, excuse me, on the bottom, you can see 2027, 550 in revenue, tax subsidies just about 700, and we're pulling 172 out of fund balance. The use of fund balance is not forever lasting. I mean, eventually the savings account's going to be empty.
okay, so if I were in a family that used 3 small bags a week, and we doubled, that would be, what, $450?
It would be an additional-
$9 now?
Yeah, $450 to $9.
$9 times 4 weeks is $36 a month. That's still cheaper than,
Yes,
Correct.
yes. Private haulers are about $55 a month.
okay. Any questions, comments? Yeah,
Hey, thanks for getting this information together for us. I had 2 questions. One, just, I'm trying to make sure I understand right. Are there any areas of our town that aren't eligible for pay-as-you-throw just because they don't service it there?
There are a few homes that the shared drives are not adequate for the trucks to go up.
Got it.
Their driveways generally don't have cul-de-sacs at the end of turnarounds. There's a handful of those. Multifamilies, you got 3 units or more, you're not eligible. Commercial, industrial, obviously, are not eligible either.
Great, thank you. So second, thanks for the answer is what I mean, not that it's great. But second one, so if by increasing the per bag price, you do have some sort of loss in number of people using it, which is what I think you were referencing before. So say revenue goes down from the perfect 2x projection because of that. Is the cost tied to the users, or is it a fixed cost no matter how many users? In other words, let's say subscribers is what I'm going to say, to pay-as-you-throw go down, does it decrease the cost as well at all?
It'll decrease the disposal cost a little bit, but there's no change in trucking.
Okay, so some, but not probably enough to offset
Yeah,
the loss of revenue.
To put it in perspective, hauling is 800,000 and disposal is 300.
Okay, so, and the hauling is essentially fixed because they have to drive the
It
route.
is absolutely fixed.
They have to-
We have a
that's just a-
contractual obligation to raise, to increase that contract by 4% every year.
So if I'm saying it, if I'm getting this right, that 800-ish thousand is fixed because they have to drive the routes. The other piece, 300 and something thousand, is based on, I don't know, the yards or the tons.
Tonnage, yep.
Yeah, okay. So there'll be some decrease if you lost customers, but not a one-for-one decrease.
Yeah, and going along that bottom line of 2027, in the event fund balance was not available, which eventually it won't be, doubling the prices, doubling 550 does not get us to a $1.4 million budget.
Right.
So that's nearly tripling if we lose revenue as projected and expected.
Through the
When,
chair.
do you know when the last time was that the private hauler raised their rates?
Don't know. We only have one hauler in town that's licensed.
Right.
Johnny, my experience, not in Northborough, but my experience has been generally annually, they raise the price a couple dollars, so.
Okay. All right. John?
Just a couple questions. One is I'm looking at the towns that you did to compare Northborough to on the last page. Just a couple observations. Our large bag cost is the highest, and our small bag cost is also second to highest. We have from what I can interpret this, is we have the smallest tax subsidy of our peer group right now. And then the other question I have is, who handles our recycling?
Harvey's does. They're,
Is that a separate contract?
no,
That's in this contract?
yeah.
Oh,
Yep. So Harvey's picks up recycling and solid waste. They bring the solid waste to Wheelabrator, they burn it, make energy out of it. The recycling in Westboro is a MRF, Material Recovery Facility. That's where they sort it.
so the $800,000 hauling fixed cost covers both the green trash bags and recycling?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
that's interesting. And then,
We pay just about the same price for disposal of solid waste as we do recycling.
so $400,000 for each
Well,
approximately?
no, to burn a ton of trash is about the same price as recycling a ton of recyclables.
Oh, is that the $300,000 variable cost
That's just the trash.
okay.
The recycling is embedded in that $800,000.
Okay, just checking for my understanding. When I heard it was $800,000 fixed cost, because you have to do the route, and there's $300,000 of variable cost and that $300,000 variable cost is just for the green trash bags, not for the recycling.
The recycling comes out of the $300,000, so in order to dispose of the trash, we budgeted $201,000 for FY '27.
Yeah?
In order to dispose of the recycling, it's $111,000. There's about twice as much trash as there is recycling.
Okay.
In weight. So 300 covers the two, 800 is the trucks driving around.
And I've heard that, I've heard a couple things, and can't say if they're accurate. One is that the private companies that do the hauling outside of the town's contract, there's a price increase from one of them, is my understanding.
There's only one allowed in town,
Okay.
Harvey's.
So Harvey's has that one as well? And then if there was, how would that get more competitive if there's another hauling company that wanted to go and do private removal?
They get, I don't know if it's a license or a permit through the health department.
Okay,
So most communities have a couple dumpster companies that are allowed in town. We just happen to have one. Maybe there's just not competition, or they know Westboro is right there, so I'm not sure.
what do you mean Westboro's right there?
Well, Beal Harvey's facilities in Westboro, we're right next door.
Oh, okay.
Maybe other haulers don't think they could be competitive
Oh, okay,
in town.
okay.
John, through the chair, just with respect to the comment about the other towns' bag prices and us being the highest, we set these bag prices high at the inception of the program, and they've remained unchanged. So I would not be surprised if in a year or so, if we kept them at this price structure, that we would no longer be the highest in the area. There's in terms of the survey that we did, there's a lot of plans to add additional fees and to raise revenue for these programs. It's been a kind of a hot topic
Surveys with whom?
of the local communities, the peer communities that we have. I think one of them, Grafton in particular, discussing overrides, they're implementing an enterprise fund, something that Northborough did years ago, adopting the enterprise fund legislation to run the program. And there's a number of these towns that are adopting that for July 1st for FY '27. And I think Grafton in particular had mentioned that they were going to double their bad prices.
The thing that I'm trying to, because it is commingled with, so presumably someone could use the recycling program, doesn't require bags, it's free.
No. You need to participate in the pay-as-you-throw program. Do people put blue bins out on the side of the road and not participate in the program? Maybe, but they're not supposed to. If you're
I'm not sure that we monitor or govern that in any way, that's.
No, we don't. I don't have recycling police out there, but they're supposed to do that. They're not supposed to participate in the bulk stickers without participating in this pay-as-you-throw, the benefits of the program.
Okay, you certainly could, is my understanding of,
Absolutely.
Yep.
You can,
Okay.
you can speed down a road if there's nobody watching.
I'm not even sure people know that's news to me.
Yeah.
I think it was news to our chair.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe we're all in it.
Well,
Maybe.
but I guess if that was the case, like if they're just doing recycling, where are they putting their trash? If they're using Harvey, then they would have their private recycling and trash.
Well,
they're
if you
using a
generate a lot of
town-
recycling, you could double the amount. If you ran out of bins with Harvey and then with the town, you could presumably, like Christmas time, it's really stressful to get rid of all those boxes when they come. So presumably, if you only had so much that Harvey was going to pick up and then town was going to pick up the rest, you could do that. I'm not here to debate that, but I do see. It's interesting that I see two programs in that cost. Is
I hear you.
is what I probably didn't appreciate.
I understand.
Yeah.
It'd be a lot of work, I think, to police it, to manage it.
I'm not recommending it. It's more of a surprise, I guess.
Mike, any thoughts?
Yeah, one of my apologies for being late to everyone, so sorry about that. But yeah, so kind of the way I'm thinking about it, so if we were to raise bag fees, right, that's coming directly out of people's pockets. Where if it's coming out of tax revenue, right, that's at least watered down somewhat with our industrial and commercial. So that line of thinking, gentlemen, you're the experts, tell me why that maybe makes sense, maybe doesn't. What are the implications of that, other than, obviously, if you're raising fees and generating more money that way, that's giving you some 2.5 relief. But you're still collecting money from the residents, and you're actually end up collecting it from a smaller subset, not from commercial industrial, and not from the 15% approximately who pay for the private hauler.
So I did a little back of the envelope. For every dollar the taxes put forward toward solid waste, the residents are paying maybe 70, 75 cents of it. The rest is commercial industrial. So the more that goes on, and this is not what people want to hear, the more that goes on to the taxes, the better deal the residents get. Because a big portion of the tax base is not eligible to participate in the program.
And that was just kind of a beside the point too. We don't target commercial industrial to say, let's,
No, and it's
pass
not,
the
it's not
cost on to
targeted.
them, but,
Right, no,
but
absolutely, but
it's
they're there.
it's a valid point that we were trying to make, was that when it's in the tax base, it is spread across the entire tax base that the town has, which is about 25% commercial industrial.
Right. Yeah, so I guess kind of where I'm at, looking at everything that was provided, I'm not necessarily sold at this time on raising the fees on the bags. I mean, I understand that other towns may be on the cusp of raising them, and that we started particularly high to the point where we're still, on paper at least, high amongst our peer communities. It's families, particularly families with kids, speaking from experience and knowing a lot of other people, you produce a lot of trash, you produce a lot of recycling. I understand people not wanting, if you're on a private hauler, not wanting to necessarily pay for, you're paying for yours and maybe not for that additional piece, or paying more for it. But I think as a community need, not putting an additional burden, particularly on families and fixed income people, I'm not 100% sold that raising them at this time is maybe the best course of action. That's not to say that facts on the ground may change, or financially things may change. I know we are where we are right now. But that's kind of my thought is, at least if, without raising fees, the money's gonna get collected, and it's gonna get collected from everybody, not just those who are using the bags.
Any other comments from the board?
Just to that point is that where Mike's at, and the two data points that anchor me there are, we already have, our tax subsidy is already the lowest of the peer group, and our bags are the highest. And so waiting a year, monitoring it, for all the reasons Mike eloquently put, that's where I lean.
Any,
Oh, I was just going to echo, and I feel like the groups that are going to be most impacted are going to be those on fixed income, and they're already being hit by so many increased prices. If we can table this just for a bit, I appreciate all the data you've gathered, and I understand where it's coming from, but I just worry about all the increases and how that's going to affect them.
I think there's a comment from Fran.
Fran Backstrand, 76 Cedar Hill Road. Well, first of all, I don't think doubling the price of the bags is a good idea at this point. However, just a little background. In 2003, we took it out of the tax base so that we would have levy capacity for other programs. That's how it became an enterprise. In 2011, and I think maybe Diane and I were the only two people here, maybe Jason, we had an 18-month study on whether or not we should go to single stream in a tote versus continue with the bags. After I had the pleasure of being the chair of that committee with 12 very nice men, and we studied, we went to the Wheelabrator, we saw it, to John's point, we did have a hauler and a incinerator. They were not all packaged in one at Harvey's. It was different. You can't put out your recyclables in a town tote unless you're part of the pay-as-you-throw program. Otherwise, you don't have that tote. You have whatever Harvey's private hauler gives you, which is one of those black things. So in 2011, at the end of the study, we decided that single stream was beneficial, but going to the totes was not because of ease of convenience of the bags. However, we knew that the bags were not going to be able to fund themselves. Now, you can put the bags in a tote. Harvey's will take the bags in a tote. They'll let you leave them in the garbage pail. So that inconvenience of the bag has been taken away. I don't believe you'll see the average user who puts out 36 bags a year grumble if it's, instead of a $5 bag, if it's a $6 bag. $10, absolutely, right? But an incremental increase, not a reducing any need for a Prop 2.5 override or cutting of services. That's not the point. But you have to do one thing that Mr. Jones has said. Just because you can't find $1 million doesn't mean you shouldn't try to save $200,000, right? Because that's how you get there. So the reality is, I think that if you ask the families with children or the seniors on fixed incomes whether or not you could afford a little bit more in your trash, putting out your trash, which you have control over, or taking the hit on raised taxes or possible Prop 2.5 override. It is much more palatable to try to control the cost of my trash. But again, I'm not talking about doubling it. And if it takes a year to figure this out, that's fine. I mean, we'll have better numbers next year. But it really is, it's not the be-all, end-all for our tax issues. But it should be, I mean, again, I'm a user of it, and I think that it could be beneficial for the town to raise a little bit more money through the program versus, I mean, right now, somebody in a $700,000 home, whether they use the bag program or not, spend $103 in taxes to subsidize it, on top of the 60-something they're paying a month for their trash. I mean, I'm not one of those people, but again, but give it more thought if you don't feel comfortable tonight because you don't have the numbers to crunch. But again, even if it was 50 cents a bag, $2 for the small bags and $3.50 for the large bags, that's not going to make or break anyone, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and again, we weren't coming from the perspective of you have to double them or don't do anything. We didn't come to that conclusion. We just modeled, tried to take a guess what the effect would be of how much revenue would be raised by doubling. And some of our peer communities did mention that they were doubling their fees.
And we're happy to do the analysis for a 50-cent increase, $1, $1.50, whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever you're looking for. This was just a starting point.
I would assume that would be somewhat straight line. So if we were
Right.
raising them 25%, we might raise 20% more revenue.
Jacob?
The tax impact, that's annual number on the memo, not monthly, right?
Correct.
It went from $33 for the average home taxpayer in 2019 to now 98 in the year we're in, projected to $103. I gather, because I've listened to past meetings, we lost that because China quit paying lots of money for recycled materials, which was offsetting a lot of that cost, right? And that's not happening anymore in the foreseeable future, right? I'm kind of aligned with the sentiments expressed by the commenter. I think I understand the impact of an increase is hard, but they haven't been increased in a long, long, long time. This year, we have reevaluated most of our user fees and found increases reasonable. I would ask my friends here if you'd consider a 25% increase, if that would change your view. And the reason is, just as was mentioned and I said last meeting, we have a 1.8, 1.9 million-ish override problem to surmount. And we're not gonna surmount it with one item. This isn't gonna be the problem solver, and even if it can't solve 400,000 of that problem, even if it can only solve 100,000 of that problem, that's 1/19 of the problem solved, roughly. And so I would suggest, if you wouldn't mind considering, just a 25% increase, which puts us, yes, to my friend's point, we're still highest. We may see others leapfrog over us, and then we can say, look, we moderated our increase, unlike these other towns.
Well, you offered to run some numbers on a 25% increase and maybe a 30 or 50% increase and see what that looks like?
Yeah,
And-
what Jason says is correct. They're going to be linear. It's just a matter of tempering the revenue based on what the expectation is for users leaving the program. But yeah, we'll do that.
What's the revenue breakout between large and small bags?
I don't know. I'd have to take a look. It all goes into the same bucket.
Fran, did you?
Oh, sorry, Fran Baxter on 76 Cedar Hill Road. Just real quick, we do have, I think I would like to see maybe some resurgence in our recycling committee and their activity, because educating people on the fact that the bags are worth the money will help reduce the people who may fear that it's no longer worth it if there is a slight increase. But I will say it's $67 a month for the Harveys. I mean, somebody texted me, $67 a month for the Harvey's hauler. So 67, I mean, that's a lot of bags. Right? So you would really have to put out a lot of bags to say, you know, I'd rather pay $67 a month every month, not just Christmas month or January, not just January, you know. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. So, Mike,
Yeah, just one question, Scott. How long is our current contract with Harvey for?
FY '27 is the last year. It's a 3-year contract. Excuse me. But we can renew it year after year after year after year if we want. We don't
And-
have to continue.
Maybe I'm wrong, but there's some impetus to go towards the not automated, but arm pickup of material out of a bin.
Yep.
How would that change at all, if anything, the conversation we're having? Are you still talking about bags, or now you've got bins and it's just what goes in the bin? How does that work usually?
We would likely keep the program the way it is. It would open up to more prospective bidders coming to town. The biggest issue we had under this contract with Harvey's that we went out on the street in FY '25 was not many collection companies want to get out of the truck. Republic said they would not. They would do it one more year and then mandate that we have automated pickup. One of the challenges with automated pickup is the bins. The bins are almost $70 each, and we have 4,000 residents that use the bins. I don't know what, a lot of communities will borrow for it, and distribute the bins. It's hard, there's a lot of different models to put together. But just going right to the mechanized pickup would allow Republic, Waste Management, and some of the other bigger companies to come in. We only had 3 bidders this last time: Casella, Pellegrini, and Pellegrino, and then Harvey's. They're the only ones willing to do manual pickup.
Gotcha, okay. Yeah, and then just to the point about, yes, we did raise other, fees and permit fees and things like that. I see a little bit of a difference between, a permit for maybe like a fence or a pool or construction that you're kind of choosing to do, as opposed to raising a fee right now on people on something they have to do, right? So I see a little bit of difference between the bag fee and the other fees that we raised at the end of last year, so.
So,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
So when you talk about the math between people doing the Harvey option versus the town option, would we want to do like a cost comparison to see if we can convert Harvey people to town trash users and increase the user base? Because I mean, I don't know how many people do the math for the difference of how many bags you can get versus.
I think a lot of the residents do it for the convenience, not the finances. They get a big tote, they just dump the trash in the tote, they don't have to worry about bags, animals,
Totally
smell or
understand.
whatever, they just throw
You
it
don't
out.
have to
and away it
buy the
goes.
special bag.
But with costs of everything going up, I'm all of a sudden thinking like, how else can we save money? And that might be something that if we wanted to do, just like the math comparison, even as like the town's considering, just letting you know that it might be cheaper to go with town trash bags. These are the places you can buy it, and just do the math. I mean, if it's a way to save money, which would help.
I think, Laura, to that point, I think a lot of people have done that calculation, because
Okay.
we have seen the revenues growing
Okay.
slightly over time at the same rates. So I think the pandemic changed things somewhat, where people were working from home in a lot of cases. So it's hard to say what drove that directly, but I think some people are doing that math on their own.
Okay. Just trying to think of other ideas. I understand the need to look at ways to offset the cost, but I'm just, again, worried about the cost impact on our residents.
Mitch?
Thank you. Mitch Cohen, 12 Whitney Street. Just in terms of comparison of the different programs, the type of program we have now, which is just the bags and manual pickup, that's the best way of increasing recycling. I learned that at an MMA convention 3 or so years ago. This is the best model for recycling. If you have a big bin, I think you're more likely to just start throwing some recycling in there, which has some offsetting costs in other ways, because we're paying for the disposal of trash as opposed to recycling. It's not quite as good as the environment also. That's one difference between the programs. Thanks.
Yeah, and the environment is something else to consider.
And
Okay.
just one more question, with on page 2 of 4, you have program revenue tax subsidy. What is the program revenue?
That's the bag sales. But there's a couple other elements to it. As an enterprise fund, it earns investment income of its own, that's within the program revenue budget. There's also
Bulk stickers has a
bulk
little bit.
stickers, yeah.
It's
There's also some
I guess
minor
it's
other items
remarkably
like,
consistent.
oh yeah, this is just the budget.
These are projections.
Program, but not the actuals after a year. Is the 2015 is not a projection? That's an actual. It's $488,000. 2016 is $488,000. 2017 is $488,000.
Right, it's the budget. That's how the budget is set.
Do we ever look at actuals? Do we ever do better than the budget?
Correct.
Yes,
We do, yes.
We do. That's
Yeah.
how we built up the fund balance.
Where do I see that?
Well, there's the fund balance that's used basically the next year. So
Where's the fund balance?
if you add program revenue plus tax
Okay.
subsidy plus.
So that's just
the
a
fund balance
fallout.
used.
I get it. Okay.
Yeah, we project the revenue conservatively. We can't go in the red, so we try to keep the revenue conservative.
Yeah.
We hope the recycling is clean. It's, when you get dirty recycling, they pay, I think it's 10 times the price for the load.
Got it.
Remember a few years ago, there was like some people who went around and kind of indicated to people that they were recycling wrong things, and that's maybe one of the things we could do also to make sure that our recycling stream is clean.
Yeah, the drivers are supposed to watch that and put a naughty sticker on the bin. For people who are putting things in there they shouldn't put in. I mean, as much as it doesn't sound like it's appropriate for the environment, when in doubt, throw it out, is kind of what a lot of people have been doing. Because you contaminate an entire load, and then the whole load goes away. So, the recycling, I mean.
So can we agree that we'll reevaluate some numbers after these gentlemen run that? And also, could you include the bulk sticker? $10 is pretty reasonable.
Yep. So you're looking for 25% and 50%? And we'll show a linear relationship?
And the bulk sticker, I mean, $10, that's a great deal.
Yeah, so you mean include that in the
Yeah.
projected increase?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the benefits of participating in the program. You can see Shrewsbury has a $15 sticker. Some communities have variable prices for bulk items. Are they combustible? Are they non-combustible? Are they waste stream prohibited mattresses? It's difficult to find an exact comp, because a lot of towns do things quite a bit differently. So it's not that we only call 5 towns. Called probably 15 or 20, and then a lot of them do different stuff.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. I think you're coming back later in the,
I'll be here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
okay, so we were requested to wait for you.
Okay.
So we're back to agenda item number 3. And just for the public, this was a matter that was discussed during Select Board's open meeting session on Monday, January 12th. At that meeting, Fire Chief David Parenti and Deputy Fire Chief Neil Spazey requested that the issue be placed on a future agenda item so that they could adequately review the presentation that was discussed and shown to us on January 12th. So here we are. Deputy Chief, and could you?
Kate Federoff, Mead, Tallerman, and Costa.
And
It's F as in Frank, E, O, D as in David, O, R as in Richard, O, F as in Frank, F as in Frank.
Wow.
Yeah,
Would you mind
it's
if
a
we call you
killer.
Kate?
Yeah, please.
All right, so we've all had a chance to see the presentation, and now we'd like to hear from you.
All right, well, thank you for having me back. So I want to start with 2 statements, and then I'm going to defer my time to Kate. You don't mind if I call you Kate?
Excuse me for 1 second. I think, I think I already announced that our attorney is participating remotely, just for the record.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
So statement number 1 is from Chief Parenti. He asked me to make a statement for him on his behalf. So I'll start out with a statement he wrote. Chief Parenti asked that I extend his apologies to everyone for being unable to attend tonight's meeting. He wishes he could be here to defend himself directly and clear his name of the accusations that were made against him when he last appeared before the Select Board on January 12th. Unfortunately, the following morning after that meeting, on January 13th, Chief Parenti experienced a medical event while at the fire station, which required transport by the fire department ambulance to UMass in Worcester Hospital, where he spent 3 days before being discharged home. He's currently under a physician's chair, but he has not yet been cleared to return to work. My next statement's from me. And I've kind of alluded to this last time I was here, and anybody that knows me, I've kind of make the same statements all the time. So by nature, as someone who's spent their career serving others, I value collaboration and making genuine efforts to find reasonable and mutually beneficial solutions to challenges, while also avoiding conflict whenever possible. Consequently, the repetitive questions on topics that have been answered, the inability of professionally resolve this and other topics of the project, and additionally the actions and the accusations I was subject to during the January 12th meeting have forced me to pivot from my norm. which admittedly is very uncomfortable for me. But again, I've been left no choice. So I'm here tonight with an attorney whom I am paying for out of my own pocket. I've been forced to personally retain legal counsel to address events that occurred while I am serving this community in my capacity as a deputy fire chief. Again, I've been forced to take these steps to protect myself and my reputation, not because of any wrongdoing that I did on my part, but to ensure fairness and accuracy in my benefit. This decision is based on several actions by the board, such as indicating that the purpose of the January 12th meeting was for discussion, suggesting that it was not an investigation, and thus creating a false sense of security for myself and the chief. And more importantly, the actions I was subject to during that meeting itself were a continuous theme of mistrust and accusations were presented, documented, and more importantly, distributed to the public. These actions included denying my right to a fair due process as a public sector employee of this town, and presenting serious accusations that were the result of an investigation that neither I nor anyone was ever informed was taking place. That investigation was conducted, the findings were determined, and presented by a single individual. Mr. Jones, who has acknowledged that he is the source of the complaint, so he is the investigator and the complainant, has publicly opposed the fire station project since as early as March of 2024, and who himself is an attorney. Thus, I counter with an attorney. My goal tonight, and this is very important, is just to set the record straight for the community. Absolve my name and that of the fire chief, David Parenti. But most importantly, in driving back to my norm, is to foster some form of resolution so that all of us, the town, the fire department, the firefighters, the fire station project, the fire station building committee, the citizens, everyone can move forward past all of this and hopefully avoid it from happening to someone else in the future. And with that, I defer to my attorney.
Thank you. So again, as the deputy indicated, we're here tonight to discuss the presentation that occurred on January 12th. And I'm not sure if it came across to you, but it certainly came across to me the impact this has had on the deputy. You can feel it. It's emotional. You can understand what happened with the chief, too. This is important. Their reputations are important. And their entire career has been dedicated toward public service. And in a blink of an eye, it feels as though to these gentlemen that they have been undermined. And before I begin, I'd like to remind this board and everyone at home and everyone in the audience that this is not the deputy's project. This is not the chief's project. Instead, it's a town project. In order to ensure that this project ran smoothly and everyone had sufficient information, a committee was appointed. A committee that consisted of citizens of the town of Northborough, who are taxpayers. It ensured that all the stakeholders were represented on this committee. So you, the select board, the fire department, the finance committee, or I guess it's the financial planning committee in Northborough, all were represented on this board. And in addition to that, the town hired experts, professionals, not firefighters, to evaluate the site for appropriateness. So they hired an OPM and an LSP, all of whom reported to you, reported to the Financial Planning Committee, and reported to the Building Committee. So this is not a deputy project. And it felt as though, having watched the video, that this was transformed somehow to a deputy's project. And that's just inaccurate. So I'd also like to point out to the fact that prior to the meeting, the deputy and the chief were under the impression, and that impression was forwarded by this board to say that this was going to be a discussion on January 12th, a discussion about the site. And they were prepared to approach you in a collaborative way and bring information that you deem important. And in order to forward that mission, they asked specific questions. What will we need to bring? And those questions weren't answered. So then, 4 hours prior to the start of the meeting, they were hit with a 26-page PowerPoint, which was accusatory. It just was. Despite assurances that it wasn't, and in fact was, from an objective perspective. And this was a shock to the system. And so the deputy reached out to the town and said, is there something I need to know about this meeting? Something that's I'm unaware of, because I thought this was going to be a discussion. And the response was no. But it was exactly as predicted. It was a 26 essentially page assassination of these two gentlemen's character. So I suggest to you that's, number one, inappropriate in order for preparedness. If the goal really was to gain information, it would seem to me that the best approach would be, these are the topics that we're going to discuss. We need this data. We need these questions answered. And that wasn't the case. So, following that, every board member agreed that they had received this 26-page PowerPoint, like the deputy, only 4 hours before the meeting. So then the question becomes, is this really a board agenda, or is this an agenda of a single person on the board with a targeted mission? And it seems apparent to me that that's what that was. Because if it was a board agenda, you would have sought a broad information request of these two gentlemen. And instead, we got the 26-page PowerPoint. And if it wasn't, then the question becomes, who assisted in creating that PowerPoint? Who assisted Mr. Jones in putting that information together? And when was that done? How was that done? I don't know the answers to those questions. So while Mr. Jones has recently said his intentions were not to attack my client, and he's only interested in answers, he's only interested in ensuring that the taxpayers' money are well spent, his PowerPoint was an attack, and it's right there in the PowerPoint itself. He used the word mislead. Using standard dictionary definitions of what that word means, it's providing information with the intention to deceive. That's a target. That's an attack. It is. It's not saying, I need clarification. I need a better understanding. It's saying, you intended to deceive the public. That's what that word means. And he can't put the horse back in the barn, right? That's already out there. That's in the public ether. And more importantly, throughout that presentation, he chose to take statements out of context. He attempted to provide limited information while avoiding contextual summaries. He was targeting these individuals in order to prove his point. And his point was to blame these individuals for the situation at the site. So, as a threshold matter, Mr. Jones acknowledges that the site was safe, right? And that was the whole focus of this discussion prior to a year ago. Is the site safe for a fire department? And that's really important to not only my client, because, by the way, he works there, but he has all of his employees whom he cares for who will be working there. He has the public who will be visiting. So that was the focus of all of the site analysis that went into this project. But Mr. Jones, again, is asserting that, okay, it's not the health part that's a concern of mine. I acknowledge that part. It's the cost. And he values that cost at $1 million. And further, when a resident had said it cost between $1 and $2 million and may go upwards of $3 million, he didn't correct that statement. He was sitting right there. He didn't correct it. The cost at this point is not $1 million. The cost of removing the soil is $984,774.48. Okay, Kate, that's close to $1 million. My God, that's close to $1 million, isn't it? Sure, it is close to $1 million. But will I give the grace to Mr. Jones that he did not give to my client? Sure, I will. It's close to $1 million, but it's not close to $2 million. And more importantly, $300,000 of that was already anticipated by the town. The town budgeted $300,000 for soil remediation and removal. So the cost isn't $1 million, it isn't $984,000, it's somewhere $650,000. Someone else do the math, I'm a lawyer, I can't do it. So $650,000 was unanticipated spend, right? So let's give each other some grace, but Mr. Jones did not. Secondly, what Mr. Jones knows and failed to articulate was the removal was not based on soil contaminants. It was not based on petroleum odor. It was not based on any of those things. It was based on silt. So the silt makes the soil structurally unsound to build on. So it's these small particles that are slippery in some sense, so they can't support structures. It was everyone's intention that the soil be relocated within the site to appropriate spots or left untouched and not removed. But it was the quality of the soil, not anything to do with petroleum or contaminants or anything of that nature, that forced the removal of the soil, because the buildings themselves could not sit on that soil. So this was unexpected, right? The LSPs didn't test for the type of soil that, by the way, was only there because it was brought in as backfill by the prior owner, which was done prior to the deputy even being hired by this town. But regardless, because there was an odor to the oil, because it would have taken an extreme amount of time and money to test all the particles of the soil and not be passing around dirty soil around the Commonwealth, it would be a violation of DEP rules. Instead, they said, well, let's just treat it as contaminated soil that needs to go to this asphalt plant, as opposed to a like site where the soils are the same, so you can deposit them there. So they opted to do that because the cost of testing, the time, the delays that would result made more sense. And the difference in price between the cost of disposing at a like site versus the asphalt site was $50 versus $116 per ton. So they said that delta, that difference in price, seems justified in order to avoid these delays and costs of testing. So they chose to do that. It was not because the soil was highly contaminated. That was not the case. Again, the soil was removed by direction of the OPM because of the silt. So had the soil been 0.0000 milligrams of whatever petroleum byproduct there was, it would still have to have been transported off-site. It just would have. And these are the unexpected things that happen during construction. And site appropriateness is one of the most important and most common unknown factors, because you dig and you find stuff. And I'll give you an example. My sister bought a house, and what was buried in the backyard? 2 fridges and a dishwasher. Did she know it? No, because it was underground. Same thing here. We didn't know the properties of the soil were not structurally sufficient to hold and support buildings and pavement and all of that. So again, if we look at it, we'd have to say, okay, the soil had to be removed, and it had to be done at a cost of minimum $50 per ton. Here, we chose to do $116 per ton. So whatever that delta is the actual increase cost that wasn't anticipated. So, that's that. And the next part is, there's $3 million in contingency in this project. And you build in contingency because you don't know what you're going to get. So what could happen? You could find a refrigerator buried underground, right? You could find out that wood or some other component of the building, the cost of that increases by some amount because of, say, tariffs, right? That's happening. So these contingencies are crafted in order to address contingencies so you don't go over budget. So at this point, what we can say is there's $3 million of contingencies, and about $650,000 was for unexpected soil remediation and removal. Not $1 million, not $2 million, not $3 million. So then I'd like to highlight the fact that the town was well aware that this was a former gas station. The town was well aware that this site had undergone significant remediation. Specifically, built into the budget was a certain amount to install a vapor barrier under the building to ensure that if there is an odor, it's not going to seep up into the building. You wouldn't do that if it were, I don't know, a pristine beach in Turks and Caicos. You wouldn't do it there. You would do it here because it was a former gas station site and everybody knew it. So then I look at Mr. Jacobs' statement or presentation and I point to several isolated statements that were taken out of context and out of context of the general discussion that had been happening since 2018. And these discussions were very public. They were with the select board. They were with the building committee. They were all made well aware of the property prior to construction and prior to even the purchase of the property. Prior to the purchase, built into the purchase and sales agreement was a specific condition that the property owner had to clean it up to a certain specification. It didn't say clean it up to pristine. It said clean it up to what is it called?
Mass
Contingency plan?
Thank you. Mass contingency plan levels, which was done. And this was discussed thoroughly. And that doesn't mean 0.0000 milligrams parts per million in volume, right? It doesn't mean that. So to suggest that somehow the town meeting was duped at the presentation is just, it's an untenable assertion. And it doesn't make any sense. And I want to talk about the report that Mr. Jones relied on. He pulled from a 608-page report, a single table, where it showed contaminant levels were above 0. They were 0.0 something, right? So there was some element. Is 984 close to 1 million? Sure. Is 0.0 something close to 0? Yes. But what Mr. Jones didn't highlight, and I think it was Mr. Tejan who said, and accurately so, scientists, when reviewing this data, don't look at individual samples. They instead aggregate the sample to find out what the site is. Because if you draw a boring in my backyard, you're bound to come up with some sort of contaminant. And my house was not the site of a gas station, right? So they look at it in aggregate. Mr. Jones did not do that. It should also be noted that the report that he relied on was a May 24, 2024 report, not the more current report that the deputy relied on of July 8th, 2024. And it's important to note that that particular report that the deputy relied on had a summary, a 9-page summary, and then followed by 97 pages of scientific stuff, right? Stuff that I can't interpret, stuff that I would take a hazard to guess you guys can't interpret. And what that report said was, it provided a list of readings, all of which were 0.0 parts per million for volume of total organic vapor, and listed none for odor. That summary states the majority of test results were below the test method detection limits, better known as none detected. Then there's 6 pages of results with varying levels, approximately 125 individual entries of chemicals being tested for. All but one of those chemicals is listed as ND, or none detected. Fluoranthene was the only one in that list without an ND notation, and that was listed as 0.4. Again, parts per million, 0.4. So the reality is, when my client prepared his PowerPoint presentation for this special town meeting, he looked at that report. Throughout the report, it says none detected. When you look in the dictionary, 0 also means none. So is he imprecise? Perhaps. Perhaps he wasn't exactly precise. Is it something that is completely understandable? Yes. And I also want to go back to something that Mr. Tejan said at the last meeting, and I think it's a really good point. When the deputy said there's 0 contaminants on the property, everyone had been watching this project. This project wasn't sprung on the people at town meeting. Everyone had been watching this project. You purchased the property, everyone knew it was a gas station, and now the question is, are we going to borrow money to build on this property? Not a single person, Ms. Zeiton, Ms. Hirsch, you were there, Mr. Jones, who clearly has an interest in the project, was there, Mr. Ray was there, he had been on finance committee when the property was purchased. No one stood up and said, my God, this guy is saying crazy things. This guy is saying there are no contaminants. We know there are contaminants, and they did not correct him. And do I hold that against you guys? No, absolutely not. Do I think it's reasonable that you didn't jump up and correct him? Absolutely, because everybody knew what he was talking about. Everybody knew that he was talking about being a healthy place to build a building for his crew and himself. And that's what the public was concerned about, okay? So that's why no one stood up and corrected him. The only person who did was the chief. And that's in Mr. Jones's own presentation. He points to the chief's statement, and I have it somewhere in here, where the chief says it's not 0 on the property. What we're referring to is the 6 test pits that were just done, and they were 0. He said, so when it's 0, I believe the deputy spoke to, correcting the deputy, the only person in the entire, I don't know how many people were there, deputy, a bunch, hundreds of people. We had to dig 6 test pits dug to a depth of at least 8 feet on all different locations on the site, and they all tested 0 across the board, right? So it was the chief who stood up and said, I want to be super careful here and make sure everyone has the right information. So all of that makes perfect sense to me, and I hope it makes perfect sense to you. It's all about context. So then I go back to, even if someone misstated this at the special town meeting, what comes next? Next, a ballot vote, where everybody comes and votes. Many more people vote at the ballot than they do at town meeting. Had there been a legitimate concern that the public did not understand, there would have been an information push, right? The town administrator would have said, oh, we've got to check that. Let's make sure they know this before they vote. The board would have immediately convened and said, let's get some information out. That didn't happen, right? And why didn't that happen? Because again, it was very well known. So no one mentioned it until Mr. Jones was appointed to this board and subsequently to the building committee board. That's when this became important. And that's when this became a topic on your agenda. And that's where it becomes clear to me that this is a single person's agenda. So for that reason, I'd suggest to this board that we really take a good look at this. Another thing that I think is really, really relevant, and again, it's found in Mr. Jones's presentation, is this deputy and this chief, who again, they're not LSPs, they're not environmental engineers, put together FAQs. And what they were trying to do is really educate the public with information. And what Mr. Jones pointed to was an FAQ, and it had 2 bullet points. He conveniently ignored the first bullet point, which is a qualifier. And he mentioned the second bullet point. But the first bullet point says, cleaning the surface and subsurface. By the way, I was so impressed by your reading of the small font that you were reading. I blew mine up. Cleaning the surface and subsurface of the site to an acceptable level was a condition of the town closing on the purchase of the property, which had been the site of a gas and automotive repair. One bullet point qualifies the other bullet point. It's right there, right in the same slide as presented by Mr. Jones. And I want to be really clear, that particular FAQ had been changed because there was something that was less clear before. It said it's been cleaned up fully or something along those lines. And instead they said, well, let's make sure it was cleaned to an acceptable level. So they went back without being asked to and corrected themselves to ensure that they were being precise, to ensure that the public had full information. And they did that routinely. They updated this FAQ 15 times to make sure their information was correct.
The whole thing,
The whole thing, yep.
not just that one.
Not just that particular bullet point, the whole thing. So to me, what's shocking about this whole thing is the lack of goodwill here. The lack of goodwill being shown by Mr. Jones, the lack of teamwork, the lack of willingness to point to a couple of, or the willingness, I should say, to point to a couple of people as either devious or malicious. And it's this approach that has become so prevalent in this society today. And it's something that, frankly, I've been doing this for 20 years. I don't recognize and I reject it because that's not what we do. As a town, we come together and try to find solutions and we try to meet problems where they are. But that's not what happened on January 12th here. So, and it's for that reason that I chose not to pick apart each and every slide that Mr. Jones presented. But there are a few that I think are important to highlight. Again, we talked about the first slide about the chief, and he did the actual correction. I'm not clear why Mr. Jones presented that slide, because what it really did was show that the chief was up there correcting the deputy, right? We all know it's not 0. These parts were 0. And he goes on further in that same sentence to say, when they drafted the purchase and sale, they were very careful and said that the owner had to deliver us a clean site. That included cleaning the site if anything was found. He found some stuff underneath one of the buildings and it was torn down. The garage itself, he was responsible for paying all of the cost for remediation at that point. But he would not necessarily be responsible for additional costs of remediation. So that followed what Mr. Jones pointed out. So the balance of his statements are that there were contaminants on the property. Everyone knew it. They were required to remediate it. They did. The additional cost wouldn't be borne by the seller. It was all clear. It was all there. Again, it was all accurate. The other slide that puzzled me was slide number 19. And this slide really points to Mr. Jones's intention of blaming my client. So, and as you saw from his introductory statements, it's at a personal cost to him. It's at a professional cost to him. It's affecting his emotional and mental health, frankly. But he insinuated that my client is solely responsible for the content of the town meeting. And what does he point to? He said, this is the statement by my client at town meeting, no one's to blame but myself. I put this all together. True. Did he put the slides together? Sure. But was it as a result of many, many meetings with all of you, with the building committee, with the LSP? Yes. He put it together on behalf of the town.
With their information
Yes, exactly, with their information.
and review.
So, and review, thank you. So it was a collaboration because this was a team project. This wasn't my client's project. So, and again, I want to highlight, this guy here is a deputy chief. He's a firefighter. That's what he does. He's not digging borings. He's not analyzing chemicals under a microscope. He's trying to put together information in a usable way for people to understand. And everything that was put forward was taken out of context. So, and the final slide that I'm more perplexed by was the last slide. And that's when Mr. Jones accuses my client, again, of misleading and making false statements. Again, after digging into a 608-page report of lab documents. That's unfair. It's inappropriate. That's not how you treat your employees, I hope, in the town of Northborough. So, and then coupled with the fact that he ties it with the final bullet point, again, misstating that it was at a cost of $1 million to the town, when it wasn't. $300,000 was expected, so $650 left was a cost to the town. It wasn't from contaminants, it was from silt. So this is a project that's $8 million under budget, 6.5 in bid savings and 2.3 left in contingencies. This is a project the town overwhelmingly voted for. He was doing their bidding and your bidding. So, you know, I'm here to defend an employee who has worked diligently for the town, worked for other communities, in one of the hardest jobs that you can have, putting his life at risk. And to be treated this way was frankly unfair, and I think inappropriate, and I hope you all see that tonight as we sit here today. Thank you.
So I can say that, Deputy Chief Aspazi, I appreciated the words that you used when we started this discussion, is that you wanted to work with us and would like to see some kind of reconciliation. Attorney Kate, I will say that perhaps you didn't know that the majority of this board was very concerned that the cost of cleaning the site was $984,000, and we're not done cleaning it, so I think we may be able to expect more. But it was the board that decided that it was our fiduciary responsibility to address this for the taxpayers. It's not something that we wanted to say, oh, well, there's contingency money and that's what happens. So we felt it was our responsibility to discuss this. So if, continually bringing up Mr. Jacobs is, I think the majority of us are responsible for that. So can we go to our attorney? Attorney Moskos, do you have any advice for us?
Madam Chair,
Good evening.
the appointing authority for the fire department, except for the fire chief, is the town administrator. And I would think that this matter would be referred to her if there's anything that the administration should do, and report back to the board.
So just to be clear, your recommendation at this point is to have Stephanie Bacon come up with some resolution on this matter?
Well, to make an assessment of the situation, and then make some recommendations as to try to resolve the apparent issue here, and so that we could try to move forward. So my recommendation to the board would be to refer it to the town administrator. And I also would note that the select board is an agency of the town, and the members of the board have the right to speak on their positions about various matters, and that sometimes things can be taken out of context, and so that should be recognized, that the board is a political body, and its members have the right to express their opinions.
Okay. I'm going to open it up to any comments from the board. Do we wish to have the town administrator make some recommendations, or you had your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just one correction respectfully. When you started your comments, you said $945,000 cleaning the site. Again, it's not.
984,000.
984, whatever it is. Again, it's not for cleaning purposes. The soils are being removed for structural reasons. It has nothing to do with any type of level of contamination or cleaning. And then just in general, all the information that Counselor went over was all available to every member of this board, member of the Fire Station Building Committee, even members of the public. Frankly, given the way she laid it out, is how I've heard it explained before in other committees, and the same information has been gone over. Given her laying it out again, and then, in my opinion, given what I explained and laid out when we took this up on the 12th, I would move that this select board dismiss the complaints against the deputy chief and the fire chief. And I would like, if somebody could at least second that for a vote, I would appreciate it.
So that's a motion?
Yes,
To dismiss the complaint.
the complaints. Or whatever legal term we need to use.
So you are,
Sure. I'm coming into this at this particular period, so I'm not well versed with past, but I'm not aware of any complaints that have been made against the deputy, because such complaints would have to be made by the town administrator, not by the board of selectmen.
Town council, respectfully, I've got them printed right here. Like, they were sent through email and they were signed by the town administrator. It said there's a complaint, you need to show up on this date at this time to hear about it. The complaint wasn't specific as the presentation was that was then given.
Well, I'd have to review
it was-
that.
it was a
I was
complaint.
not aware of those facts.
That's disconcerting.
Well, that was, no, that's not on him, town council was handling that at that moment.
Right.
Town
And
council.
if I could interject here too, in fact, and I wrote a letter to Town Administrator Bacon about this very issue. The appointing authority is the fire chief in the town of Northborough. And that has been historically done, past practice. It has always been the fire chief, and more importantly, the town adopted the strong chief statute. And the contention of your labor council is that the charter supersedes the strong chief statute. That's entirely inaccurate in my estimation, and here's the reason why. There are three principles of statutory interpretation that are applied in this circumstance. Whether or not you can harmonize two potentially conflicting statutes, and here I would suggest you can, because the charter is not as specific as the strong chief statute, in that the charter provides for the appointment of other municipal employees not expressly provided for by, in a different way, by another statute. Here, the statute, the other statute, is the strong fire chief statute. Number two, in statutory construction, if there is a conflict that you can't harmonize, you look at what was adopted later in time. Here, in the town of Northborough, the strong fire chief statute was adopted after the charter, and that particular provision of the charter hasn't been amended, so it doesn't supersede the strong fire chief statute, okay? So, and I sent that through to the town, and more importantly, it's not only my opinion. The fire union has submitted another letter to that effect, and historically, past practice has been that the fire chief has always appointed the sworn members of the fire department. So that's just wholly inaccurate in my estimation. And more importantly, Ms. Hirsch, you had said we're the fiduciaries of the town, and this situation is not a matter of discipline, I don't think, of the deputy fire chief, for all the reasons that I stated in my presentation, but whether or not the town should or should not have spent that money, and whether or not they knew that there was a risk of having to spend that money. And then further, if the deputy fire chief alone is responsible for that. And I would contend not.
Yes, Attorney
Madam
Moskowitz.
Chair, I'd like to address that briefly. The town charter is not a statute. It's the Constitution. The town charter was adopted in accordance with the Home Rule Amendment. It is my view and the view of town council that the town charter should have been observed. It wasn't, but it doesn't change the fact that the town administrator is the appointing authority for the firefighters, and the town administrator has asked us to do a formal advice to her, which we will do in front of the board relative to the case law that's present on home rule charters. So I especially disagree with my sister.
Thank you. So we'll have to get some clarification on that.
Yep.
Okay.
I would like to say something, as I've been here quiet, listening to this and trying to keep my emotions in check. When I say emotions, it's on the sad side. Because this whole situation is very disappointing, and it makes me very nauseous that I'm an employee of this town and I'm being accused. And the most important thing is $987,000, which is, I guess the same as $1 million or 2 or 3, is more important than me as a person, my family, the people that I represent, my job, my reputation, not just here in Northborough. You're hiring a fire chief. If this is what you think of me, you're not giving me that job. That is a financial impact to me. Do I want to go apply somewhere else if I have to? Sure. But what happens when they Google my name and Mr. Jones's PowerPoint shows up and I don't have a chance to conflict it? That is a direct impact on me, my family, my retirement, everything. That is what I'm mad about. And I'm mad that this board doesn't see that they feel numbers and dollars are more important than me, than these people back here that I serve. I'm sorry, but accusations were made against me through a process without merit by one person with a bias that we've clearly showed that all of you should be outraged by because you were duped by him. There was verbal, video, and written information publicly released, discussed, and distributed. A video of Mr. Jones's PowerPoint, as I have to sit there quietly because I have to protect my interests because I was not prepared and I was not given the opportunity to prepare. This has caused me irreparable harm. Like, it doesn't go away. Like to Mr. Tejan's point, and I know Mr. Cohen has said it in past meetings, well, why don't we just dismiss it? Well, that's great for everybody else, not for me, not for Dave Parenti. I think we're missing the point here. My personal and professional reputation, the public trust in me, the public trust by virtue of the fire department, because we can't be trusted, we lied, we misled, we made false statements. What happens when we show up at someone's house and it's on fire and they go in and they're like, well, my safe's in there, I hope the fire department doesn't. These are real things that go through people's minds. And not only that, that's a reflection on me and the fire department, but I work for the town of Northborough, the fire department is the town of Northborough. So that reflects on everybody that works in this town, as an employee of the town of Northborough, everybody that serves on boards. This is a black mark on everybody. And it's no secret that we're trying to improve our reputation. This is not helping at all. The fire department has done great things and made great strides, and it's now been destroyed because of one measly 0.0% that I had no idea was there. I'm not an expert. I can't speak to it. Even if I read it, I can't interpret it, and nor should I. If I did, then you should be yelling at me because that's not within my purview. I don't know Mr. Jones's background other than an attorney. I don't know if he is able to interpret it. I know the LSP did, and I know how he explained it, that in layman's term, the site is clean. So what did I do wrong? That's what I want to know. I'm here not representing the project, not how the project's built or managed. It's not my project. It's not the fire department's project. It's the town. The town of Northborough is the owner. I'm just a liaison to help out. The LSP runs the project, the contractor builds it, and Jason oversees the finances when they come through. Stephanie oversees the finances when they come through. The Fire Station Building Committee reviews the finances when they come through. The OPM reviews the finances when they come through. That's a lot of levels. And then if we want to spend the 6.5, if we have to, the board has to review and approve it. That's a lot of levels. I can tell you, the OPM has said, and Jason, I think you heard it, there's very few projects that they have worked on, and this is a company that does a lot of projects, with this much oversight. But I'm going to be held to a comment that I made over a year ago that no one had an issue with, and everybody knew was what I was talking about, and I was talking about the health and safety, because at the warrant article meeting with this board, Mr. Maselli's point about the soil and all our social listening about the soil was, is it safe? That's all anybody cared about. That's what I was talking to. But Mr. Jones decided to manipulate that. And then to go further, and again, I'm going to restate it, that I'm very upset with the fact of the intentionality to target me, that I, for whatever reason in that PowerPoint he picked out, I put that together, as in I came up with all the information for that PowerPoint. That was a direct attack on me to show guilt. And I'm an employee of this town, and I will expect the town to support me first before someone you know is against the fire station. He admittedly said, don't put me on the fire station building committee, they're not going to like me. I think you got to look at the human level here, or at least the professional level. This is a real impact. I'm emotionally impacted by this. And I'm not just, oh, emotionally impacted. No, I'm a pretty hard, stern person. I mean, my job, you have to be somewhat hard. Like, I'm hurt. And I just can't understand how this board, because I've heard it from the public, how this board is not standing up and raving about this action, of which none of you reviewed to fact-check his information. The attorney that was here admitted he looked at it, but he couldn't fact-check that information. He could have put in that there was an elephant underground. And you guys would have been like, okay, you just went blindly with him. Okay, fine, but that impacts a person. Me, my wife, my son. That's all I get to say. I can't go on anymore.
So we have a motion
Madam
on
Chair,
the,
could I just say a
Yep.
brief comment? My understanding that select board has not taken any action relative to the deputy. My understanding is that the town administrator, who we believe is the police authority or even the fire chief, they have not taken any action against the deputy.
Mr. Moskowitz, can I interrupt real quick? Did you witness the PowerPoint and did you watch the meeting on the 12th?
No.
Well, then you can't speak to that.
Please, let me make my comments. I didn't interrupt you. The board operates through majority decision. The board, individual members have the right to express their opinions. The fact that an individual member expresses their opinion does not mean, it's not the board's opinion, because the board hasn't voted on that particular matter. The appointing authority has not taken any action against you, and there's been no charges made against you. The appointing authority has made no criticism of you, so that you have the right in this meeting to speak your position. But I want to say that the town operates through a democratic process, and the town operates through a board that decisions are made not by the individual members, but by the majority of the board. Thank you.
Mr. Moskowitz, can I just ask a question? And I've known you for a while. You've been around. You know a lot of people. You interact with a lot of people. We've had personal interactions in the past. I don't know if you remember. I was on the other side of the table at the time. As a human being, not as an attorney, what is your opinion of what transpired and what has transpired? I mean, you haven't watched it, but as a person, as a human being, again, I didn't do anything wrong, so it's okay just to attack a person? What's your opinion on that?
I don't give opinions. I work for the town of Northborough. I can't give you individual opinions.
okay,
I mean, here's the complaint,
I'm
Madam
allowing-
Chair, that we sent them to come in to discuss the complaint.
right.
So we sent this to him as a complaint. We could dismiss this or rescind it. We decided, majority decided to send this. So as, we could take a vote whether or not to rescind or dismiss
Right.
it.
And you made a motion. Is there a second? There's no second. So the option right now is to defer this to the town administrator. Laura, you had a comment.
Yes, so with the information that was shared at that meeting, we've been reviewing this for several months. And when it came up, at first, my concern was the financial impact. We're under a lot of pressure to save money. And my intention was that by addressing this, and it wasn't Jacob by himself, I supported him, I worked with him because we need to figure out where, I could understand there was changes in town administrator, there was changes in the board. It's understandable that there was misunderstandings between the data of what we expected and between the different people, the professionals. It's understandable, but it's still going to cost the residents in terms of tax money. And I was hoping when we went down this road originally that we'd be able to identify the problem, how it happened. We've got another big project coming up. My goal is just to avoid having this happen in the future. I agree that being collaborative is important. So this was really the intention of how this got started. And I feel like it's really, it's spiraled. And I'm sorry for that. And I want to come to a solution that we can all work with and avoid this in the future. But it wasn't just my fellow board members that this is behind. This is something that we have to work through as a town. And I just want to make sure that I don't want him to feel like he's singled out. And I don't want you to feel like you're being specifically targeted. This is a bigger problem that we need to resolve.
So
Hey,
Site
Laura,
and
in
if
that
I-
case, why wasn't the fire station building committee brought in?
why am I being, how am I
not fair.
responsible
One
for the
at a
money?
time.
How am I responsible for that money? How am I supposed to report to that?
And I guess my point is, and I think it's Mr. Tejan who pointed out, this is a complaint against the deputy fire chief. This isn't a question and answer or dialogue. This is not a collaborative effort. And why did it become that way? Because of the 26 PowerPoint that you were all privy to prior to the meeting, and Mr. Tejan asked to postpone. And none of you wanted to
No,
postpone.
Ms.
So-
Hirsch voted.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Hirsch. I'm sorry. Excuse me. You're right. Apologize. So the reality is, it does not appear to me to be a situation where you're looking that it doesn't happen again in the future, because then it really would be, come in and tell us how this happened. How did we not know? How did we not know about the silt, for example? Did the LSP test for silt? No, they didn't. So all of those questions could have been asked, and the deputy and the chief were ready, willing, and able to come in and talk to you in that way. But it was made to be something different. And the tone and tenor changed when that PowerPoint was put on your screen. And the words mislead and false were put up there in connection with the deputy and the chief.
Okay.
Through the chair?
Any other comments from the board?
I mean, there was the option to have an executive session, and it was,
If I may, I'm going to speak to that real quick, I'm sorry. But the chief and I, just to be clear with everybody in the public, chose to have an open session because of this exact situation that happened on the 12th. Had that happened behind closed doors, nobody in the public would have seen it, and they deserve to see it. I'm sorry, but I just wanted to, that was asked last time.
just wanted to remind that point.
Okay, we have people who want to comment, but Lisa Mazzelli's hand has been up for a while. Lisa, do you have a comment?
Madam Chair, I don't think that the public should comment. We're talking about a personnel matter, and I think that that should not be a public discussion.
Okay, thank you. That's
Madam Chair, I disagree. Instead of making everybody wait to the end of the agenda, we could choose to take public comment, as we do take public comment on every agenda item.
Mr. Tejan, I
We
will
have
remind you-
never had a personnel issue before this board, and I'm going to go with the advice of the town attorney. So I'm sorry, Lisa, sorry to all of you who are standing here, but,
That's unacceptable.
sorry.
If I could
I'll
make
take
a comment.
responsibility for it.
If I could.
I'm watching out for the town. The attorney has recommended,
Watching out for the employee. You're watching out for the town with the blind side.
excuse me.
Gentlemen, please.
Excuse me.
If I could comment on that, please. It was you, Ms. Hirsch, who said that you're the fiduciaries of the town, and the whole idea of this presentation was to discover where the money went, and I believe Ms. Seiton articulated the same principle. And Mr. Mosca said that there was no complaint against the employee, despite evidence to the contrary. This matter has been discussed in open session, as is the employee's right, and the ACLU has said you cannot censor public discussion where you allow public discussion on all other topics because you don't like the content of their speech. And that has been repeatedly made clear to towns over the course of the past 3 or 4 years, that you are not to censor the public's right to speech.
Can I ask?
Even when it involves a personnel issue?
It's already out there. This is not a private matter now. This is not a private matter. It's been discussed in an open public meeting via a 26-page PowerPoint presentation, which includes statements against the employee.
Can I ask a quick question on that? So you say there's no complaint, yet this is a personnel matter. Like, I'm confused. So if there's no complaint, am I eligible to be disciplined for this? If it's not, it's not.
I have, you know, we have the.
And what would be the discipline for, and for what reason?
No one has said anything
Well,
about
then it should be an
discipline.
open meeting.
I'm sorry?
Then it should be public comment. I mean, if there's no, it's not, it doesn't fall under Mr. Moskos's rules of personnel matter. It's not a personnel matter.
Well, you know, Mr. Moskos is our attorney, and I think we're best served by listening to our attorney.
Well,
Unless, Attorney Moskos, Attorney Kate has convinced you otherwise?
If you're going to talk about the deputy and relative to his belief that he has been treated unfairly, that's his personal. If we're going to talk about the cost and the soil of the fire station, that the board could, even though you passed the first item on public comment, the board could suspend the rules to allow to have public comment. But I do not believe that discuss the deputy is appropriate. It's a matter that should be handled by the appointing authority, which in our view is the town administrator.
So,
I say that if it's going to be discussing about the deputy, I don't think people should be discussing personnel matters about the deputy in public. That's a matter for the town administrator to address. I'm repeating myself now, and if it's about the soil, about the cost of remediation, or about the project itself, that is, the citizens are allowed, if you suspend the rules, because you already had a public session, you can allow them to speak about that.
so just to be clear, you're saying that if someone offers public comment, it cannot be about the chief or the deputy chief. It can be about the condition of the site or details about the construction or something like that, correct?
The public could come and speak about a particular individual employee, and then the board should refer the matter without any discussion to someone else. There is, the public forum, as I understand it, has already been held. And you'd have to suspend the rules now to permit the public forum to come in and allow the people to make comments. But I don't think we should be setting a precedent that we're allowing people to speak about personnel matters. Are we going to let other town employees be subject to where they don't want to have a discussion in public about themselves? I think we have to be careful here of the approach we take a particular matter. And we need to respect the deputy, I agree with him, he's a public employee, and that he should not be subject to being treated unfairly. Whether he has been treated unfairly, I don't know, but I'm just saying he shouldn't be subject to that, and I don't recommend that you suspend the rules at this time.
Madam Chair, I move we suspend the rules and take public comment.
I'll second it.
Motion made by Mike, seconded by Jacob. All those in favor? Laura?
Just, can I discuss real quick?
Sure, oh, yes, please.
And I don't think anyone was ever suggesting any content-based restrictions, because I don't know what the commenter was about to say, but I don't necessarily know that all the comments are going to be all on the same side, so I don't think anyone was ever contemplating only hearing one side of an issue, just to make that clear. But they're here, they'd like to talk. I'd rather just vote to let them talk, and so we can stop arguing about it.
Attorney Moskos, if we do this, would the safest thing to be that we offer no response to public comment? Which is our usual.
If they, if they are going to talk about the deputy, I would respectfully suggest the board not say anything. If it's talking about the cost and soil and the project, if the board members want to make comment, I would have no objection.
Okay, there's a motion on the table. Let's vote on the motion, and then I'll get to you. Okay, so, any other discussion about the motion to suspend the rules?
I'm supportive of it in concept. It's 8:15. We have we have budgets, and I mean, I have a lot of concerns about the town's financial health. Is there a way that we can put some guardrails on it and 3 minutes per person?
3 minutes per
I
person.
had a set of
Sure.
guidelines. We didn't finish them.
Yeah, so I'm fine with it, like, but we have so much to solve for the town that affects taxpayers.
Okay.
Can we also, Madam Chair, could you make sure that this room maintains order? I keep hearing side comments, and it makes it hard for me to pay attention.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, the
If
motion,
the board could set a reasonable limit.
On
What's a limit normally for people to speak?
Attorney Muscus, I just want to ask you one more question. Should the rules of public comment be that we don't discuss individual persons, but rather the topic at hand, the contamination?
Yeah, but you can't stop an individual now from the public forum to make personnel comments about the deputy, but my recommendation is that the board not respond.
Okay,
And I think I agree that the board should put some limit of what you normally allow for people to go with the public comment.
okay.
Although,
you're
just
good.
for the record, we do let people consistently go over 3 minutes for public comment on other items.
Well, to John's point, and
Believe me,
brought it up a few
get John's
months
point
ago.
about going late.
3 minutes is a long time
It's
if
a
you're
long time,
speaking.
but we do
Yeah.
consistently allow people to go over 3 minutes for other items.
Okay, here we are, okay. There's a motion on the table, and there's been a second. Laura, how do you vote? Laura votes aye. Mike?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
I'll vote aye. So we will accept public comment. Yes, Jacob?
I just want to let the chair know, I do have something to say based on the presentation. I've been listening carefully to everything, so at some point, and I'm happy to do it after the public comment, I did have a few things to say. I don't want it to be construed as being responsive to the public comment.
Okay.
So I have two things. Mr. Jones's thing popped in my head. So what Attorney Moscus is referring to is the protection for me as an employee. I waive that protection and allow public comment about me, whether it's for or against. So I have no problem with it. I can waive it because I am the person that it would be impacting. Also, I think if Mr. Jones has information, I think it's only appropriate that before people speak, they hear all the information so that it's accurate.
Thank you. Would that be suitable?
I can.
Okay.
Reference was made to the complaint. Would you mind handing it to me? I think there was some comments made that there was confusion about the purpose of the January 12th meeting. This says, intends to vote to convene an executive session pursuant to the law that pertains to personnel issues, to discuss a complaint related to information presented at town meeting concerning environmental conditions at the site of the new fire station as they pertain to your role as deputy chief of the Northborough Fire Department. And then it says the date and the time and explains all the rights. And that was dated December 30th, 2025. So the idea that this was just a tea and crumpets with the select board, it says complaint and it says specifically this information presented at town meeting. So and council at our last meeting explained that this notice was sufficient to explain what the topic of that meeting was. And I think that the meeting stayed within the topic. Second, I think reference was made to a dictionary definition of misleading, which was a word that was used in the last slide. I don't know what dictionary council was referring to, but none of them that I've been able to look at here implicitly include intention. Misleading would be,
Cambridge
excuse me, okay, Merriam-Webster, Cambridge Dictionary, causing someone to believe something that is not true. Now, one can do that intentionally, or one can do that accidentally. To mislead is to lead amiss. It is sterile and independent of the idea of whether it was an intentional. And nowhere in that slide or in the presentation did I say an intentional, knowing, or even negligent statement was made. You know, you've interpreted the word misleading, but I would contend that my use of the word misleading was meant to say just that. It led amiss. When the words zero were used, it had, in my view, the tendency to lead amiss from the truth that many, as the evidence showed, knew that there was widespread residual contamination. Now, there could be multiple definitions of clean, and I get that. We've heard all that about lay definitions and professional definitions of clean. I'm not aware of multiple definitions of zero. And zero was the word that was chosen to be used 3 times. And so zero, when the truth is widespread residual contamination, in my view, misleads. And if it is zero in these 6 places, but we haven't retested the other places where we know it's non-zero, then it is also misleading in some, telling part of the truth when there's other parts that should go along with that, I believe has a tendency to mislead. And that didn't say anything about anyone's intention. False, that's just subjective. It's false or not. He said zero, it's objectively not zero. That could have been done mistakenly. And I would absolutely have accepted 100% on, that was a mistake. I read this report. I understood it pertained to the whole site, and I understood that the whole site was effectively zero, and therefore I believed what I was saying was true. And if that's the explanation, I would be happy to hear and, that's the explanation. But that's not what I heard today. And about the 1 million. The number that was cited by council is outdated. The number is in fact over 1 million.
No, it is not.
Could I not get interrupted? I listened quietly.
That was fact-checked this morning.
Okay. Well, on the Fire Station Building Committee on which I sit, we approved another 130,000. And I think you were at that meeting, so.
No, I was not.
Excuse me.
So, at any rate, if it's a rounding area error or if it's more than 1 million, we also know, as a matter of fact, the owner's project manager, the OPM, told us there is definitely a non-zero quantity of remaining petroleum contaminated soil that is yet to be removed at an unknown cost. I think when you add that all up together, council, it's going to be more than 1 million. And I don't know what was in the public commenter's head, but if you factor in the interest on the bond that we're paying over the period of the bond, it could be multiplied. Now, I don't interrupt and correct every public commenter that makes an incorrect comment or that's, that would be here all day. Also, would like to point out, I was at the special town meeting. I did rise to make a comment, and I was shut down by the moderator. That's not the deputy chief's fault. You can go back and watch the clip. I was not allowed to speak. I didn't know at that time that there was widespread residual contamination. What I did know was that there was a line item being carried on the budget for contamination removal that no one at that meeting had mentioned. And I was concerned about that. As a resident, I wasn't on the select board, and I wasn't allowed to speak at that meeting. Another point I'd like to make is within a day and a half of the January 12th meeting, I wrote an email to the town administrator, and I don't know if you ever got it. It was subject line reconciliation. It was copied to the chair. It said, "Hi, Steph. If the chief and deputy want to sit down with you and me to talk about a mutually agreeable less contentious resolution of the other matter, at least from my perspective, I can't say for the rest of the select board, I remain open to that. I've repeatedly stated I would prefer a less contentious route, but one that still assures some accountability. Just let me know. I'll be out of town most of next week, though. And that email was sent. I was not informed that anyone wanted to sit down for a quiet, private discussion. But that wasn't the first time that I had sought quiet, private resolution of this, as I believe the chair was in a meeting with the town administrator in December, when I suggested, again, at that time, before this notice went out, that this be handled quietly and internally. And even after the complaint went out, it still could have been handled quietly and internally, and the public never would have seen the 26 slides. They would have been under executive seal. But what I heard was that the deputy wanted to make it public because he expected exactly what happened, and now he's complaining about what happened. So that seems inconsistent to me. The frequently asked questions, yes, council correctly pointed out the prior statement which mentions the history of the site as a gas station. No one, I don't think, that wasn't a secret to anyone, I would assume. And it had mentioned that the requirements were to keep it to a certain level. No one's disputing that. The issue is that the rest of it says that all detected contamination had been removed and no new detection had been found. And in fact, that was incorrect as of 2024. Additional contamination had been found. It had been found by test bores dug by Pear on an email chain that I showed on that presentation, where they said, oh my goodness, we have found some substance that looks like petroleum. We thought you'd removed it all. What to do? That goes to the LSP. The LSP sends an email, and I concede fully here that email didn't go to Deputy Espezi, but this was again not brought solely about him, but the chief who's not here. That shouldn't be confusing to anyone. The Chief Parenti is named in this thing. He's not here for other reasons today. But the email went to the chief, not you.
So not me.
Not you. Agreed.
Yep.
Totally agree with that. But that email to the chief specifically said, and refer to whatever the record says, it says, there's widespread residual contamination. When I was appointed to this board, there was a discussion, as you know, about putting me on the Fire Station Building Committee, and one of the things I said in the first meeting was that I was greatly concerned about the extent, and this was in May, I believe, of any contaminated soil removal, and that it would be done properly. At the point, I was worried because we're going to be digging those geothermal wells, and I was really concerned if we don't know what's there and we're digging wells through it, water contamination, don't know what could happen. I'm no longer worried about those things because it has, I believe, been thoroughly removed. But you're absolutely, the discussion's right. I was concerned, and this board knows that I was concerned because I said it at those meetings. Then I was appointed to the Fire Station Building Committee meeting, and I did start asking questions, which I think was in my prerogative as a member of that board. Through asking those questions and asking for quantitative and qualitative test reports, I over time, got more information. Eventually, we did bring in the LSP to explain some things, and at that point was when I learned for the first time that apparently a lot of people beyond what I understood knew there was widespread residual contamination. The question's been brought up of, well, why aren't those other people here? I can answer it very clearly. First of all, in raising a personnel issue that I was hoping would be resolved quietly and internally, because I think it is a important thing for town governance that when a town leader, whether accidentally, which is what I assume, or otherwise, gives materially incorrect information on a big project like this, I think that it behooves the town governance to do something about it. And that's what I've maintained all along. I've never said that I would plan or suggest or hint at opening any litigation against any town employee. So to the extent it's been suggested that we are going to take money out of anyone's income, no, I don't think that's a rational response to the problem. And I've said that. And so that's not the intention. Never was the intention. And I understand that there could be some confusion about that because there is an executive agenda item on December 3rd that I can't get into, but I can say it didn't involve a personnel dispute. It involved other things. So from my perspective, litigation against a town employee has never been on the table, doesn't seem to solve anything from my perspective. But accountability is on the table. Accountability when someone gives, accidentally or otherwise, in my opinion, big. They want to say the difference between zero and widespread residual contamination is insignificant, and I guess that's where the dispute is. I think it's significant. That accountability would include an acknowledgement, you don't have to use the word wrongdoing, but an acknowledgement that I had incorrect information or incomplete information, and I didn't convey to the town all the information that was available to the town at that point. There were citizens at that meeting that I would highly suspect hadn't been following along at every select board meeting, hadn't been following along at every FSBC meeting, and didn't have all the information. They were relying on what's in the FAQs, and they were relying on what was told by the public officials that the town chose to present. Now, I pointed out that the deputy had put together the slides only for the purpose of highlighting that it didn't seem to me that the statement of zero was inadvertent. It seems to me the statement of zero was probably planned because it was in the paper. In fact, if you look at the slide where it says zero, it says tested X2, zero. It also suggests it was tested by the DEP and the federal. I don't think anyone, you've had the 26 slides. No one yet has told me anything that's inaccurate about the 26 slides that I've said in there. But the DEP doesn't test. The federal government doesn't test. The slide said 2X testing, zero. All I'm aware of is the one with the 6 test sites that had zero. I'm not aware of a second test report that said zero. So why does the slide say 2X? I don't know. Could have been another mistake. But my point of bringing that out wasn't to attack anyone. It was to simply say, I would completely understand. Sometimes when I'm speaking, I have a slip of the tongue, and I say 1,000 when I meant 100, or slips of the tongue happen to every human. I was saying that it didn't look like a slip of the tongue to me, that we saw zero on the slide and then spoken twice. That was the point. I don't think there's 2.3 million left in contingency. We don't have to argue about that, but according to my math, being a member of the FSBC, the number is way lower than that. But maybe it depends on how you're counting. And so I don't want to nitpick on that. Why don't we bring the FSBC in here? That's a good question. I don't know what it's going to accomplish. They're volunteer.
Bringing the deputy and the chief in accomplished what?
So the deputy and the chief are paid employees of the town. The other members of the FSBC committee are volunteers. That's not to say they shouldn't try to be diligent, but if you'd like to bring them in here for questioning, be my guest. But I don't see anything productive about that. They're volunteers. As far as former select board members, what do you want to do with a former select board member? They're not employees of the town. They're not under our jurisdiction. I already mentioned I'm not interested in going after anyone individually, personally. So if it's like I feel like when I talk to my child, and maybe this is not a good example, but it can be true that multiple people have a play in how something incorrect happens. And the fault isn't all on one person, to use the word fault if that's what we're using. It can be true that multiple people have a play in it. And why are these 2/1 here before? Well, one, it was my belief that we have oversight authority over the chief, who's not here today, and I'm not trying to make any suggestion about why he's not here. It's good reasons. And then it seemed efficient, and I didn't make this decision, but it seemed efficient to handle the two together, because if the town administrator was going to handle anything related to the deputy chief, then why not handle them together? But if they wanted to handle them separately, I suppose that could have been done too. But, so the question of like, why are you targeting? I'm not targeting. I'm looking at what's before us, who do we have jurisdiction over, who's an employee of the town being paid for their good work, no question about, you're entitled to what you're paid, that's not a question. But the point is a paid employee of the town fits in a different category to me than a volunteer on a committee that meets once a month and gets not always all the information. So that's why, to answer one of those questions. Final point, I think. Oh yeah, so on the OPM zone numbers, on the slide I showed, he had showed 770,000 had been moved from contingency to the soil. So you say 650, the OPM's number said 770, and that was before we passed another 130. So add to that to the 300. I think I've made that point, but I'm not here to quibble about whether it's $1 million or 10 cents less than $1 million or $1 million too. It's a large number. Final point, and this point's been made a few times, so I came in December, so I had been asking for information from qualitative and quantitative results from the field ever since I sat down on the Fire Station Building Committee. And this board will recall that there was a miscommunication perhaps between me and the town administrator sometime in December where I had thought I had requested some information and there was a confusion about the email getting passed along. Anyway, I followed up with that because what I was trying to get was engineers' field reports by pair. And I found out that the chief was sent those. I found out from our architect, I believe, via email, that our chief was sent those on December 1st. And I had been asking for them since July. So when I found out that they existed, I said I'd like them. And I eventually got them around December 17th, first in pieces, missing some of them. And I said, well, they're numbered, so you're skipping some numbers, so I'd like all of them. So I finally got all of them, but that wasn't until right before Christmas. The field reports, I won't go through all of them. Well, there's actually 30-something, and I only brought a few. The first field report was dated May 29th, 2025. This is a field report by Para Corporation. I'd actually like to have this included in the information we considered. I only have 2 copies. I can give you guys a copy. But work in progress says removal of contaminated soils present in building footprint. Pear was on site to observe the excavation of the contaminated materials, to discuss excavating stockpiling, disposal, installation of new structural fill material within the building footprint. And there's maps. Field report 2. Happy to.
No, well said.
I'd like a copy, please.
Oh, okay. I apologize, my attorney would like one.
Anyway, these, it's my belief that the fire department is, or the chief, perhaps not the deputy, but the chief has had these for some time. They have more periodic meetings with the professionals overseeing the site than the FSBC does.
No,
I think they're weekly.
not we, I don't, just the chief.
The chief, right. Again, this is field report number 2, May 30, 2025. Observation and discussions, again from Pear Corporation. Leahy, that's the excavators. Continued excavation of the potentially contaminated soil within the building footprint using a certain model of excavator equipped with a standard bucket. Capital Environmental, that's the LSP, is assisting in contractor in identifying contaminated soils during the excavation activities. Each bucket of soil taken from the excavation is examined through a scent test. That's the odor test. I believe the information I had was the odor was so strong you didn't need to test it. I saw someone post that the soil was not contaminated, it just smelled bad. And that's like saying that my blanket got peed on by my cat, smells like cat pee, but doesn't have any cat pee on it. If it smells like petroleum, it's because it's got petroleum in it. That seems pretty self-evident. And I'm not going to go through every one of these, but the engineer's field reports, which were the contemporaneous documents done at the site at the time, kept referring to contaminated soil, smell tests, removing contaminated soil. It wasn't until a bit later that the emphasis started being, calling it now unsuitable soil. I don't know if that coincided with when I started raising the issue or not. I don't want to speculate. The point is, the contemporaneous documents from the people out there were saying it's contaminated soil. This new story that we've heard, and I believe my friend here called it fan fiction last meeting. I mean, I have some fan fiction here if you'd like. This
Could you be
is,
respectful, please?
this is Journal of Engineering and Sustainable Development, May 2023, a review on soil contamination sources, impact on engineering properties and remediation techniques. And according to this is a review article, which scientific articles that are review articles are published reviews of multiple other studies. And this one says, according to the current review, it's possible to conclude the geotechnical properties of contaminated, and is referring to petroleum contamination, were found to deteriorate upon contamination. All the reviewed studies revealed a reduction in contaminated soil strength, load-bearing capacity, and increasing compressibility potential. And I don't mean to belabor this, but I've got 6 or 7 more of these. Effects of crude oil contamination and geotechnical properties of clayey and sandy soils, because I understand we have some silt, some sand. They found actually quite a bit of sand in there. This one says, in general, oil contamination induces a reduction in permeability and strength of all soil samples. Journal of Rock Mechanic and Geotechnical Engineering, 2021, oil contamination lowered the shear strength, cohesion, and internal friction angle of soil, which may be related to the lubricating effect of oil and the decrease of dielectric constant. Effect of oil contamination on the behavior of collapsible soil, a decrease, this is Periodica Polytechnica Civil Engineering dated 2022, a decrease in permeability strength, maximum dry density, optimum water content, and Atterberg limits of oil contaminated sandy and clayey soil was observed. Conclusion, generally, increasing the percentage of contaminants leads to a decrease in the unconfined compressive strength of contaminated soils. Effect of oil contamination on the, oh, that's the same one. Investigation, I'll just skip a few to save some time.
Mr. Jones, I got a question.
Nope,
I'm just confused on.
Listen to your presentation.
I just want to know if these are, like, are these from, through the chair, these, like, documents from the project or just general project? General.
These are professional journal articles.
But they're not specific to our project?
No,
Okay.
it's
I was confused.
professional
yeah.
journal articles that show that oil,
Okay.
petroleum will affect the integrity of the soil.
So
I think that's well said. And I would just submit those for the board's consideration. In rebuttal to my friend's comment that the idea that the oil itself affects the suitability to build on, his words were fan fiction. So I've got a stack of fan fiction here.
Rebutting fan fiction.
Rebutting that that's just a made-up thing, combined with the actual contemporaneous documents of our field reports, which say they were removing contaminated soil.
Right, it doesn't say the soils
Excuse
were
me.
removed for contamination. It does not say that exactly. I looked at them, that you sent them along. It said, if you continue to read, it says it's removed for other structural reasons,
But it
but
doesn't actually say
you
that.
can finish what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, you
It does
can
say
say the document
Okay.
says things other than what it says, but it says what it says.
We
Say
we should
removed
move
for
on.
contamination.
That's fine.
We should move on.
So, it was my hope that this could be done quietly. And it was my promise when some members of this board, plus a member of the school committee, appointed me to fill a vacant spot for a year, that I would help build accountability in our town governance for the purpose of strengthening the trust between our citizens and our town. That's been my intention. I was hoping to come to this hearing, Madam Chair, today, and it could have been made back to executive. It was in their hands to do so. But I was hoping to hear a little bit of contrition, because incorrect statements were made to town meeting. And it's not even been acknowledged yet today that that was the case. And so the lack of acknowledging that incorrect information went out to town meeting, and instead having an emotional breakdown about it, to me, isn't the kind of accountability that we are looking for in town.
Excuse me. I believe we showed you complete
didn't say-
respect while you were presenting.
I didn't say anything, that was behind me.
Oh.
I'm just offended by, my emotional
excuse-
state. I think that, I take offense to that
Thank you.
comment,
Thank you.
especially as technically my boss of my boss of my boss. I find that very offensive.
I didn't mean to offend anyone. I was trying to encapsulate the message that I heard earlier today from him, that I thought he was conveying. If I misunderstood what he was conveying, then that's on me, and I am sorry. But I would have expected yep, you pointed out some incorrect information that I gave. Here's why I didn't understand it that way at the time, and it was a mistake, and try not to do that kind of mistake in the future. And we could have been off to talking about avoiding an override. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just make a couple of comments before anyone else has a chance. Mr. Jones's contention that he wanted to de-escalate this situation, he wanted to have a private discussion, it's belied by his own email, which was sent on January 14th, suggesting a sit-down. That's post sending a 26-page PowerPoint to this board. That's post it being put publicly out there.
I think you missed the earlier emails, which, in December, I think.
Madam Chair, wasn't there a meeting in the TA's office between us two and her where I brought that issue up in early December?
Anyway, as you probably realize, we have to move on. I have to hear from the public,
And-
so let's do that right
And
now.
I do have another thing to say. I ask you all, if someone walked up to you and said, "You misled me," how would you receive that comment? Would it be, "You may have provided me with incorrect information accidentally," or would you receive that as an intentional act? And Mr. Jones indicated, he says one thing and then says the exact opposite. So he indicated that it may not have been an intent to deceive, but it clearly wasn't a misstatement because it was planned. It wasn't inadvertent. Those were the words that he just used. It was not inadvertent and it was planned.
I'm very sad that this whole discussion is becoming an assumption of what people's intentions were with certain words. And I think for most of us, we felt the responsibility to bring up a monetary problem, a problem of soil suitability, and to, keep personality out of it. And now it's escalated to that, and I would ask everyone to please keep the personal comments out, and let's stick to the facts, okay? So I'm going to go with Mitch Cohen right now, who's been standing there for a while. Go ahead.
Chair, it's fine.
Yeah, I'd like to just respond to some things first. So, here's some words. Not my fault, not on the email, accidentally. When the chief and I were planning on talking about this the first time, that's totally what we were gonna be like, hey, here's the information, okay. That PowerPoint is what changed everything. I didn't create this environment that we're in. I didn't create this. So, to Mr. Jones' point, he just exonerated me. The word contamination. So what's impacted soil?
Depends, may I?
No, there's a simple definition. Yes.
I don't want this to be.
No, the reason why is that it's an intentional word that he's not using.
I don't understand. What are you,
The reality is, Mr. Jones, even in these reports, they're post-town meeting, 5/30/2025, that's post-town meeting. And the crux of the complaint was that the deputy misled the public at town meeting. These reports are after town meeting. More importantly, these reviews, these papers regarding oil, they have nothing to do with your site. We don't know the extent of deposits that were in the soil and relative to whether or not it impacted the structure. These are all, again, needed to be interpreted using an LSP or someone who's a professional who can say, this is generally, in theory, what could happen, but this is what happened on your site. These are of no value, number one. This report is of no value because it's from May of 2025, after the town meeting. There is, Mr. Jones is saying, I want to hold people accountable, and suggesting that we didn't come here and indicate that perhaps he wasn't precise, and I use those exact words. The deputy may not have been precise, and can we not give him grace? Those words were in my presentation. To suggest that we're digging down and saying, actually, it is 0.000 across the board is completely inaccurate. Everyone understands there is residual contaminate or residual properties in the soil, right? Everyone understood that before. Everyone understands it now. No one's denying that. The question is, did the deputy do something wrong at town meeting by presenting this word zero? Was it imprecise? Yeah. Is he just a regular guy who's not an LSP? Yes. And we all deserve to give each other a little bit of grace here, and that's not being given across the table. It's just not.
I'm sorry you feel that way, because I feel like this board has been respectful. Anyway, I really do have to move on to public comment.
Madam Chair,
No, we're
as-
moving on
as
to
the-
public
As the
comment.
person's being complained against, I really would like to continue with my response to Mr. Jacobs' comments. So impacted soil is actually the word that's used. Yes, they use contaminated, but contaminated doesn't mean that it's actually has hazardous materials in it. And this has all been explained to Mr. Jacobs, Mr. Jones, excuse me. So impacted means it's an LSP-specific term that they use, so I can't speak exactly, but generally what was explained to me on that from an LSP is that it's not normal to background. All right, so it has something in it. Is it actually hazardous materials? Oh, it's just background. Odor. And Mr. Jones has been told this specifically. Odor does not mean contamination. And he just said, oh, it means contamination. No, what that means is it has odor. But as has been a science lesson here, over years, the enzymes eat all the hazardous materials, so it has an odor. It's not a contaminant. You can test it, and it could come back clean, or non-detect, or zero detect, or whatever word we want to use. So that's inaccurate. And he's been told that by the LSP on multiple times through emails and meetings, public meetings that we've been to questions that he specifically asked. So I spoke, these questions, by the way, are for the OPM, not the fire deputy fire chief. Like, I don't run the sergeant, but I did my due diligence to find out some information, and it had to come off because of the silt. That's number one. It was coming off anyway. Whether it was 0 or 100 contaminated, it was coming off the site. Odor means that it cannot go to another site, which means it has to go to the asphalt plant. And from a cost-benefit analysis by the experts that run the project on our behalf, was the monetary difference wasn't enough to do it test dig. It's going to have to go there anyway. Rather it tests positive or not, it's going there because it's got odor and that's where it's got to go. Okay, that's their decision, right? So to sit here and say there's contaminated, widespread contamination, it's very misleading because, it's driving a narrative and giving a false sense of information to the public because it's trying to show, and he even highlighted contamination word to push that narrative. Now, moving past all that, again, going back to the personal level, which I'm sorry that you don't see it that way, but the board, and I won't talk about Mr. Jones because you all say that you're complicit with his
The
findings.
majority of the board.
Okay. I never saw a vote or anything, so I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Oh, why'd you do that?
Taking it personally.
Yes. So everything that this board has done has been to find fault. They found a crime, and now they're trying to fit in the evidence into that crime. Well, they didn't build up, and I do fire investigations, that's the process. He has found, oh, we got soil, whose fault was it? And it's been driving down. And that's what I'm getting out of it, because not once, to Mr. Jacobs' point, and I would 100% agree with you on that. However, your PowerPoint destroyed that opportunity, that to sit down and just ask why. Simple conversation. The town administrator could have simply had a conversation with us, got the information. I believe she did a couple of times, but no one asked the chief or I any of these questions before being lambasted by a PowerPoint accusing us of making false and misleading statements. So to sit here and say, I wanted to solve it, no, you did not. That's a lie.
Well, no.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, let's not make accusatory comments. Mitch, do you have a comment?
I do. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mitch Cohen, 12 Whitney Street. I want to start by recognizing a true living legend that's on the meeting right now, Dee Moscas, as your new counsel on this. 26 years ago, just personal note, 26 years ago, I was elected to the school committee in another town. He was my counsel, school committee counsel, and had been for a number of years. I was surprised to see him here. Obviously, he's new at this project. He's new with Northborough, with at least this situation. He obviously doesn't know a lot of the facts. One thing he said that's right in principle is that this is a staff issue that Stephanie should be dealing with as town administrator, not the board. Too late. Way too late. If that had started months ago, that would have been the right way to resolve this. The cat's way out of the bag on this. This board screwed up by making this an open issue. And the open issue wasn't Neil and the chief saying that they wanted an open session. It was making it a board. The moment it's a board issue in executive session, it's a public issue. Some of the content is private at that point. It's a board issue the moment the board talks about it. That's when this board screwed up. You've caused tremendous angst among town employees who you're responsible for doing a good job. This is what they're talking about now. This is what they're worried about now. You screwed up. It's too late to go ahead and say, all right, we heard some things, Stephanie, go deal with it. You've got to resolve it. What Mr. Tejan suggested is the least of what you should do. You need to close this. If closing it says, gee, you think the chief and the deputy did something horribly wrong, fire them. If you think they did nothing wrong, tell them in public right now, you did nothing wrong. Vote on it, end it. It's too late to put this in a folder and hand it to somebody else for, oh, let's just resolve it privately. Too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Anybody else?
Hi, Jeff Anderson, 260 Green Street. This whole situation to me has been, kind of embarrassing for the town. I've heard God knows how many comments from people who are like, what's going on? And I think it's not only embarrassing for the town, but I think it's embarrassing for the way that this board has handled it. You're supposed to be leaders. And part of being leaders is taking care of the people that report to you. You don't sit there and blindside them with a 24-page PowerPoint, not giving them a chance to respond to it. You don't sit there and get led by the nose by one member of the board. I mean, if this was a personnel issue, I've heard back and forth from the town council. It's a personnel issue when you don't want to talk about it, but you started this whole thing in public. You can't have it both ways, If you really wanted to find out where this whole thing started, you don't go to these gentlemen. They're basically the messengers. They were tasked with putting on the presentation, okay? Yeah, you really want to find out? What about DEP, who blessed us, who told the town that we were good to go on this? Okay, you had that. The former town administrator, he published a memo, which I'm sure you've all seen, said it's a clean site. And then 2022, this very board, including one member, Mrs. Hirsch, voted to accept the deed on this based on the fact it was a clean site. Well, okay, let me ask you then, why did you agree to accept the deed if you didn't think it was clean?
I believe in the executive session minutes, it said that we would assume responsibility for the additional cleanup.
Okay, assume the
No,
responsibility.
that's not correct. Just respectfully, in the executive session minutes, you voted in the affirmative with every other member of the select board at the time to amend the purchase and sale from pristine to mass contingency plan level 1, which is a site that still contains residual contamination.
Right.
But in aggregate. So you were aware, along with the other select board members at the time, that there was residual
That
contamination
we
at the
would
site.
clean it up. We
No,
did,
there was
but we
nothing about
didn't know the
cleaning it up.
cost.
No.
Okay, well,
No,
I'll take responsibility
Well,
for whatever.
My
you're
point
saying.
is that you signed off on the deed based on the assumption that it was a clean site. You had the same information that these people had. He didn't have any more information than you did. So if you really want to go to the head of the problem, talk to the people that were in control. Don't go shoot the messenger. Don't go after the guy who's lowest on the totem pole. Go to the folks, go to your board and talk to them. They're the ones that signed off on this. This is ridiculous. It's an embarrassment. And, honestly, I think you owe these people an apology, and you owe the town an apology. You shouldn't put employees through this. That's no way to be a leader. Absolutely zero leadership shown on this board, except for that gentleman right there. And I'm sorry, but I think you all ought to be ashamed.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Pat McManus, 25 Fernbrook Road. I'm a firefighter in town. I'm the president of the firefighters. Irreparable harm has been done to the members of this department because of this entire issue. I don't know if it's going to be able to recover from it, to be honest with you. We're going to be looking at hiring a fire chief. I work with fire chiefs on the day. I was with a bunch last night at 2 in the morning. I see him daily on my other job, working at the Massachusetts Fire Academy. Not one aspiring fire chief has come to me and said, hey, I heard Northborough's going to be looking. What's it like over there? They don't ask because they know. They've seen the videos. They've seen the treatment of these chiefs. And I'm standing before you now as the president of the union, and I have to disagree with Attorney Moskos. The 28 sworn members of the department who were sworn in and hired by the fire chief, not the town administrator. We solely, and it's a matter of record, our labor attorney has notified the town that, as Kate had said, that the town has practiced strong chief for as long as I can remember, and some of the most senior members of the department, 30-plus years. It's always practiced strong chief. The chief is the appointing authority and always has been. But on the record as the union president, representing the 28 sworn members of the department, we fully stand by Chief Parenti and Deputy Aspesi. They deserve so much better, especially Chief Parenti, and I hope he's not home watching this right now. He deserves so much better treatment for this. A lot of you may not be aware of it. This town survived COVID because of Chief Parenti and Kristen Black. If it wasn't for Chief Parenti, this town would have been spiraling through COVID. He got us through it. He got this department through it. He should be getting up here and he should be getting awards from you guys, not having to defend themselves with their own attorneys. It's as a taxpayer, it's embarrassing. As a firefighter, it's frightening. Frightening to think that we're going to get a chief in here that's going to want to lead this department under these conditions. I've got 5, maybe 6 years left on the job. Some of the members here got 20, 25 years. Some of them came in here last year excited, looking up. Morale was never higher. New station coming. Townspeople fully supported it, or at least in the majority. We got more members. And now this. People are looking. The firefighters are watching. Aspiring chiefs are watching. Aspiring deputies are watching. And right now, Northborough's not on their radar. And that falls solely on the select board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Lisa's had her hand up.
Anyone else?
I'll just go, I knew
Thank
there
you
was
for
somebody
pointing
else.
that out. Lisa, we'll get to you next.
Fran Baxter and 76 Cedar Hill Road. It's just really sad to me right now that this has come to this point. I do appreciate that it is being done in public because I think we, as taxpayers and voting members of the registered voters in the town, understand how you were each individually and collectively handling this matter. I have to say I am disappointed, like other speakers. I mean, I've been in your shoes. I know what it feels like, but I think that you really did a disservice to the employees of the town and the residents who vote you into your positions on the in the way in which you handled this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, I'm sorry, you've been waiting a long time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. I'm speaking primarily because my name was mentioned during discussion tonight. And there's an awful lot of issues to unpack. But the first thing that I'd like to say is that when all of these questions came up and we asked them, and I did much research on contamination in the land, I went to, did talk to an LSP, which was why I actually knew where to go to find the documentation on the contamination of the land. The bigger problem that I think happened was that those of us who had concerns, and I had many constituents come up to me and tell me things, it was set aside that contamination was not a problem, they'd taken care of it, and that this was the best place that they could possibly put this building. And even though I was on another committee that talked about how the building was going to be built, how the land was going to be reconfigured, and had concerns, and also had concerns about having this be a safety station so that the police department as well as the fire department could share a new building and be much more cost effective. Those questions not really answered, they kind of got set aside. And I think that that's where the first questions of how did this happen start. It wasn't with this committee, it was before this group of people. And at the time that a lot of land had been purchased for different things for the town, some of it already had been contaminated. We'd gone through a little discussion about that, and that was with the senior center. So we're not new to buying contaminated land, although I don't know why we insist on causing the taxpayer more money when there's certainly other places to build on. I really feel that we've gotten away from what the discussion was, and the discussion was that people were misled at the town meeting. Now, no one was really allowed, short of Julianne for a few minutes, to get up and really speak about their concerns, nor were they allowed to be answering concerns of some of the people in the audience. And that rests on the shoulders of our chairman at that time. And I find that if we were allowed to have a discussion and to discuss many of the things that were happening, that people would have been a little bit more questioning and not so easily voted. But people were tired. They wanted to get out of the room. They didn't want to hear anything else, and they wanted to move the question. So it wasn't that the entire town was in total support of this. It was the people in the room who decided to come. It was the people in the room who were tired of listening to all of it and wanted to get it over with. And those people have no idea, or didn't at the time, how much the tax was going to cost us. And now we're going to live with that, because it's going to cost us more and more all the time. I don't understand why one department should have all of the benefits when all of the departments should have equal benefits. And I've said this before. I think that we made the mistake of not looking at other alternatives. I think that wasn't even given that to the board. But
Excuse me, I'm the chairperson, and I'll allow public comment to. Lisa, there are members here who would like you to conclude your statement.
okay, and I will say that I've never seen so much disrespect given to the select board that sits today that I have seen in the past year from every other member who either was former or in some capacity has to get up and berate you. I feel terrible about that, and I wish we could back away from the emotion to this and stick with the finances and what it's costing us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? And then we're going to conclude this topic. Yes.
Madam Chair.
Hi, Mr. Hutchins.
I am the public commenter that was referenced earlier. Wanted to put a face to that for the attorney's benefit. I figure if I'm going to take a stand on this, I should come in and take my lumps, glaring eyes, whatever it is. My position on this, if you review my public comments, has been clear. I am always and ever concerned about the financial impact on the town taxpayers. Tonight, before you got to this issue, you're debating trash bag increases, and there's some reluctancy to increase trash bag fees, which seem very minor. If we've spent $1 million on soil contamination removal, divided by approximately the size of the town, not every town person is a tax-paying individual, but that's approximately $60 a person. So it just baffles me that your board can be so construed or concerned about a relatively minor trash bag fee increase, and yet for months not address the fact that we spent $1 million in soil contamination removal. We have a $100 million elementary school project on the horizon. We have this building and its future that needs to be dealt with. We have state-funded mandates, OPEB, the MBTA community, things, whatever, go down the list. The budgets that we get from the state are continually decreasing. So as residents in Northborough, obviously, we're very concerned about a project where at the vote we held to approve it, we're not told, hey, we've got a line item, we're going to spend $300,000 to remove contaminated soil. It may take care of it, it may not. It may go up to $1 million. Can you imagine the rancor and the debate that would have happened if that had been disclosed? I asked the DPW about the last town meeting when he tried to fund a $60,000 truck, or the police station that had to get repainted for $200,000 or $400,000, and the outrage. So this has always and ever been about money. I don't know him. I don't know the chief. It's never been about them. It's been about when you present things at a town meeting that are incomplete and ask the voters to vote on it, and then months later say, well, these things just happen. That's why we build in contingency money or whatever. It's unfair to the taxpayers. So what I've always been about is making sure that the information is correct. the first time. When we have town meeting next April, when you present all the budgets, are we going to have the assurance that what we're hearing is the whole story? Or are we going to have to wait a year until our finance director says, well, we overspent because X, Y, and Z? That's it. That's it. So I'm the bad guy, or I'm one of the bad guys, because I want transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchins.
Did I say my name?
No, you need to.
Yes, yeah, I think,
I'm Aaron Hutchins, 91 Brigham.
thank you. Mr. Pearl, I don't know your address.
Jason Perot, 27 Treetop Circle. I'm a former member of this board from 2014 to 2023. I was sitting member of the board when we did some of those approvals in executive session, and so if there's any culpability that traces back to that, you need to be looking at me as well as any other person in this room or out of this room. A project the scale of the fire station is going to be very expensive. There are always going to be opponents to it. We had an enormous turnout at town meeting for the debt authorization, and that vote passed by a 3-to-1 margin when only a 2/3 margin was required. The subsequent ballot vote passed by more than 60%, greater than the 50% simple majority that was required for that one. So there may be people in town who were not in favor of the project, were opposed to the expense, or had other questions or concerns about it, but convincingly, the town did approve this project. I would like to say that I appreciate the efforts of Mr. Tejan to try to moderate the proceedings. At your previous meeting, he did suggest postponing the discussion to allow the chief and deputy chief time to review the PowerPoint presentation that was made at that time, which had only been presented to them a few hours before the meeting was to take place. His initial attempt to do that, I think, did not receive a second from any member of this board. Subsequently, he tried again, finally did get a second, and that was defeated by a 3-to-2 vote. I thank Ms. Hirsch, because I think that would have been a very sensible thing to do under the circumstances. Tonight, once again, Mr. Tejan presented an option to dismiss the complaint. And there's two ways you could have approached that. Somebody could have offered a second, and you could all vote on it and be on the record for doing so. Instead, everyone's remained silent. And so it just passed by, and nobody had to debate it. Nobody had to put themselves up for a vote. And that's disappointing to me as a former member of the board, as a taxpayer, as a resident of the town. If you're going to do something, if somebody's going to offer a motion in good faith, especially for an issue of this magnitude, somebody find the courage to offer a second. You don't have to support it by offering the second. Offer the second, have the discussion, take the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, Miss, oh, thank you. Susan Sartori, do you have a comment?
I do. My name is Susan Sartori. I live at 465 Green Street. I'd like to say that this has been a challenge the last couple of meetings to watch as you've played this out and litigated this issue and relitigated it. I do believe that we're on the clock here for a lawyer for a lot of money. He seems to be relatively competent, so I imagine his fees probably match his skill set. I would like for you to have listened to him and understand that he said that this was an issue for the town administrator to take care of. I hope possibly you allow Mr. Tejan to bring forward the complaint, to dismiss it, and let this be a personnel issue with the town administrator. I think it's time to stop this. You have $1.5 million that you don't know where you're going to find it. And we are getting closer and closer to town meeting. We have serious issues to discuss in this town. We have a $5 million plus roof that we have to find the money for the Z School. We're gonna have to fund $120 million Peasley School in a couple of years. We have to get serious about cleaning up our finances and getting to a place that we aren't going to be having override after override. So please, tonight, pass this along to your town administrator. It is her job. This is her personnel issue, not yours. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Hello?
Dan Martin's 132 Brewer Street. To Susan's point, I couldn't agree with that more. We should definitely just move that to the town administrator to kind of work through. I would also encourage Mr. Jones here to relinquish himself. He cannot be impartial as an adjudicator as well as the complainant. That's just simple judiciary common sense. That makes total sense to me. I will also echo what Captain McManus said. I am very well qualified to be a fire chief. I would never in a million years work in this town. I moved here for many reasons. One of them was a school, one of them was public safety, and frankly, the way you've dragged these guys through the mud, whether it's been intentional or not, the hay's left the barn, or many sayings have been used tonight. Unfortunately, that's where we are. We're dragging these guys through the mud, and if we're being really impartial, there's committee people that have the same information. We purchased this under the agreement or under the guise of it wasn't perfect, but what was the level below? You used it earlier, Mike.
You mean mass contingency?
Correct. And we also put a contingency in the purchase of it, right? $300,000. Everyone knew the potential was there for there to be contamination and need to be remediated. Every single person knew that. So really what we're quibbling with is what that number is. I'm sure the chief and the deputy didn't come up with that number. I'm sure they didn't. That was, whoever that is, the higher ups that come up with those decisions. So if that number was $1 million, let's call it, would they be in a different light because now those numbers are now matching? Again, they didn't come up with that remediation money. So what are we really quibbling about? I relinquish my time. Thank you.
Mr. Martins, I'd like to publicly apologize to you. You've sent me a couple of emails, and I haven't been very detailed in my response. I'm in a position where I also have to protect the town.
Understood.
Thank you.
I get it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else?
One comment, Madam Chair, or one motion. I move again that we dismiss the complaint against the deputy chief and the fire chief. And then by dismissing that, we can hand it over to the town administrator to review the situation and handle it as she sees fit, like she would with any other personnel issue.
Attorney Moskowitz, are you still here? Do we have to dismiss the complaint to ask the town administrator to make some recommendations here?
Madam Chair, the personnel matter is under the jurisdiction of the town administrator. That's why I've recommended that it be referred to the town administrator. I don't know, I was not aware, as I'm new to this today, issue, was aware that there was a complaint. If the complaint is involving personnel, the board should refer that to the town administrator also. If the complaint is involved dealing with the construction issues, that would be under the jurisdiction of the board to decide how they would handle it.
So, but do we have to dismiss the complaint in order to ask the town administrator?
Just because we don't have to, doesn't mean it's not the right thing to do.
No, you can refer this matter.
Do what we want with the select board in this.
The personnel aspects of this matter to the town administrator. And then what you do with the other aspects of the matter, it depends on what the board would like to do relative to the construction cost, and that would be your jurisdiction.
Okay. So have you made?
Yeah, my motion is just basically, here's the copy for the deputy. There's another copy somewhere in this pile for the chief, but I move that we dismiss these.
Is there a second?
I will comment. I don't know how this is going to get us to a solution. we need to, we've got a situation on our hands that we need to find a resolution for. I don't think I don't know what the best process is for this.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the first step. I mean, I think we dismiss these complaints that were sent on behalf of the select board. And then, as the attorney said, if it is a personnel matter, and that is under the jurisdiction normally of the town administrator, she can take it from there. But we're the ones who sent this as a board. We called these gentlemen in. I think we owe it to them to at least take a vote. You guys can second it and vote it down 4-1. Can we show, can we show some leadership and put our money where our mouth is? I'm just asking for a second and a vote.
Madam Chair.
We're the executive authority of the town, right? I mean, we're 5 people as supposed to act as one. So vote it down, vote me down. I'm
Madam
used to
Chair.
that. It's okay.
I have a question.
I'm just asking for a second.
I have a question.
Mr. Jones.
The motion was to dismiss both the complaints. I didn't hear our counsel saying that the complaint as to the chief was administratively wrong. I believe the select board has direct responsibility over the chief. I also understand the chief isn't the topic of today, but it is a complaint that now is still out there. And again, maybe at a future time we'll hear from him. But the motion was to dismiss both complaints, but I think the council was saying that the only one that should be sent to the town administrator to deal with is with the deputy. Am I getting that right?
Yes.
Madam Chair, yes, the appointing authority is the fire chief, is vested in the Board of Selectmen. So that would be your jurisdiction. But tonight's, as I understand it, and what has happened tonight, the discussion would involve the deputy, and that's the deputy is not under the jurisdiction of the Board of Selectmen.
Okay.
So does that make what we sent him null and void? Like this all didn't happen? Is that like, we can't turn back the clock? So I'll make them separate. If you want to vote separately on the chief and separately on the deputy, I'll make 2 motions. I would just appreciate it if one of my colleagues would second it, just so that we can vote. That's what we're here to do. We're here to make decisions.
Alternatively, we could have a motion to just refer the matter to the town administrator regarding Deputy Chief Aspazi and have a discussion about what the town administrator recommends and allow us all some time to process what we've heard tonight and then come up with some, with some next steps regarding Chief Parenti.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion along the lines of what you just suggested. Let me get to it in just a second. No one seconded that motion. Could we just stop the comments out here, guys? Gosh. As the chair's aware, my other colleagues aren't because we are constrained by not being able to talk 3 or more of us outside of these meetings. So, but as the chair's aware, and I believe as the town administrator is aware, the plan recognizing the deputy chief not coming under our direct jurisdiction was to make a recommendation to the town administrator, if I'm not mistaken. Whatever that recommendation would be, following an opportunity, a notice, hearing opportunity to be heard, which has now been done. I am inclined to agree with the chair's idea of voting to have the town administrator handle the resolution of the
Deputy.
personnel complaint with respect to the deputy chief only. I would like to have an opportunity, perhaps in a future meeting, for this board, and I believe the deputy would be entitled to come to that meeting if he wanted to, or today, see if a majority of the board has a recommendation to the town administrator about what the board thinks about this. It wouldn't be binding, but I think the town administrator may appreciate our recommendation.
Could I make a comment, please? Would you mind, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Thank you. I mean, I heard members of the board say, we have to figure out the financial aspects of this deal, right? We have to figure out how to better explain things to the town meeting. We have to figure out making sure that when we put in our quotes, they're done correctly and accurately, and all of those things, which are separate and apart from a complaint against an employee for misleading statements at town meeting, which infers culpability. And I think by dismissing the complaint of the board, it suggests we're looking toward a solution, we're looking toward getting to a solution on this problem as a team, as opposed to continuing to push the narrative that this man has done something wrong and deserves to be punished for it, whether it come from the town administrator or from this board, or frankly from the fire chief, who really is the appointing authority, despite I disagree with Attorney Mosca on that point and 28 years of prior practice of this town. But the reality is, if you really do have the goal of de-escalating this conversation and working to find a solution, that's the best approach, to send a message that this is no longer a complaint against two individuals, but rather a decision of this board as the fiduciaries, as Ms. Hirsch referred to you all, of the town, to work to find a solution, in my opinion. And I think that's the fair solution to your employees.
Thank you for your comment. And I hope that you would understand that we need some time to think about this.
Sure.
In the meantime, I personally would like to see what the town administrator would suggest and conclude this and move on. Any other comments from the board?
So my only question would be if the chairs and my friends are more inclined to do what you suggest, which is not today give a majority direction to what her action may look like, or do the other way around, which will take another meeting, unfortunately, have her come up with her plan, run it by us at another open meeting, I believe.
Yep.
I'd prefer to make a motion that gives a recommendation today, and I'm ready to, but I don't want to be out of line.
Chair, could I speak?
Yes.
The issue of the deputy chief is not within the jurisdiction, as far as the personnel matter of the board. I respectfully recommend you simply refer this to the town administrator. She's been present, she's heard of the discussion, and the board do not make a recommendation to the town administrator. This is as far as the deputy chief.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well.
Okay.
So
Madam Chair, I move that the board follow the advice of counsel we just received and refer the matter of the personnel complaint regarding the deputy chief only to the town administrator for further handling as she deems appropriate.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Jacob, seconded by Laura. How do you vote, John?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
Mike?
No.
Laura? And I vote aye. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I make a
Bacon.
motion that we dismiss the complaint against Chief Parenti.
You already did.
No, that was
Oh.
SBC.
That was-
Oh, I'm sorry,
We
got
did.
confused. I take that back.
So if he's within our purview, then I move we dismiss the complaint.
I'll second it because I'm going to vote no.
Okay, I
because
appreciate the second.
Don't think, we haven't had a chance to hear from him, and between now and the time he resigns, we may not, but I'm not going to get ahead of that.
Yeah.
So-
I have to agree. I would like to hear from the chief.
Okay. Well, he seconded the motion,
Yep.
so.
Mhm. So, discussion. My feeling is I think Chief Parenti should, we'd like to talk to him. Any other comments from the board? Okay. the
One
motion-
just quick discussion point. I want to say, Madam Chair, we have jurisdiction over the chief. I don't think there's any dispute about that. There's some dispute about who has jurisdiction over the deputy chief, and I understand that, and we've heard a lot from the attorneys, and I don't want to dig into that. What this discussion has never been about, and I want to say this, it's never been about the four captains. It's never been about the EMTs, the advanced EMTs, the basic EMTs, the medics, the firefighters. No one has ever alleged that any one of them has done anything wrong here. And I understand their frustrations, and I hear their frustrations, and I hear that they're worried about who their next chief is going to be, and I understand all of that. I suggest that, and maybe this isn't our next agenda item, but that the town and the department are best served by a chief who is for accountability. And so, that's all.
Okay, well, we'll discuss that in the next agenda item. There's a motion on the table to dismiss the complaint against Chief Parenti. It was seconded by Jacob. How do you vote, Laura?
No.
Jacob?
No.
Mike?
Aye.
John?
No.
I vote no, and this topic is concluded.
If I can just make a closing. I know, I appreciate your
Well,
time.
we've gone back and forth. I think we've gone back and
Well,
forth enough.
you're making a complaint against me, so I feel I should be able to end it. So I want to go back to my statement that I made when we started here, okay? So I will say it, that my goal tonight was to set the record straight to the community, which I think I've done to the best of my ability. I've stated facts, and I put the actual context of the information, not cherry-picked information out there. All this information, and I've told everybody that I've run into, all this information is on recorded meetings, it's on websites, documentation. Go look for yourself, make your own determination. Don't believe me, don't believe one other person. My other goal was to absolve my name and the Chief Parenti's name. Unfortunately, that was not accomplished, and this board did not feel that that was important. And then the most important one was to foster a resolution so that all of us, the town, the fire department, the fire project, the citizens, everyone can move past all of this and hopefully avoid similar situations from occurring in the future. That has clearly not happened, and I'm shocked. I will still serve this community to the best of my ability. That's my job. But I'm at a loss of words, and I apologize, but as a human being, as a public servant, as a member of a family, that's why they're all upset, because the fire department is a family. I have nothing, I just don't know what else to say. So I hope the citizens can make their decision, and I guess we'll move forward, and just don't worry, we'll serve you the best we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, could we have like a 2-3 minute break just to decompress?
We're going to take a 2-minute break right now.
I have to stand.
ID.
a handout about that.
I think there was something in the.
Update, yes.
Would anyone
update.
object to skipping to the motion on that? Because I've read it, it seems justified.
I'm not against that. Jason, would like to get the.
I think like sealers and weights and measures is a very exciting topic, but, you know, if you read the memo, I think it
Actually, is that my
encompasses
mo-
most of the issue.
Okay, so just quickly for the public, can you
Yeah, so
explain what this involves and who does the measurement?
Yeah, so the town's responsible for hiring what's called the sealer of weights and measures. And if you've ever gone to a gas station, you'll see a little sticker on the gas pump, and that's the seal. So in effect, the purpose of the program is to protect consumers and businesses from inaccuracies and financial losses due to inaccurate equipment. So deli scales, retail scanners, there's a collection of weights and the sealer will test those scales that are metered, and people pay on the basis of price. So since we formerly had a town employee that conducted that was our sealer, it was a very part-time position. When the Northborough Crossing opened, the individual that was doing it as a part-time position left the position as a result of there being so many registers to test at the crossing, as well as gas pumps at that facility, the lower facility. So we went out and we realized that we could contract with the state, the Division of Standards with the state. So since I think 2013, we've contracted with the state. Over time, they realized that the time that their state employee was spending testing Northborough's equipment had increased. So we've had increasing contract rates with the state over time. That most recently, that's increased from, I think, it was $3,000 originally. It's increased to $18,230. And that's based on an estimate of the time that they take to test all of the equipment and the sealing the town's devices. So we're proposing adopting the town's, the state's table of rates plus adding a 25% overhead increase, because we handle the billing and the collection of the inspections.
Can you just explain what price verification means on this table?
I believe that's when they would go to a store and make sure that it rings up for the price at the register that it's marked at.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Jacob?
This is not, I mean, with modern point-of-sale technology, it seems that testing bar scanners to make sure that they do what the code says it's supposed to do is kind of antiquated. Someday, we should ask our representatives to get that one out of the book so that we don't have to spend someone to go to every point of sale to make sure the bar scanner works. I mean, the customer's gonna find out if the bar scanner doesn't work, because the price is gonna say $1.99 and the register's gonna say $2.99. It's different from a gas station where I'm assuming it's a gallon, but if it's 0.9 gallons, I have no way to know. That's a value add of this service. Making sure barcode scanner works, I think, is a waste of time, but it's not in our scope to be able to fix that problem. I'm just pointing out, I think it's done. But I would.
My understanding that was an outcome of there being individual items not being priced with a price tag anymore, that there be a tag on the shelf that says what the price is. So I think from that space on the shelf, taking an item up to a register, you may not know how much you're going to pay once you get there. I think it's an outcome of things no longer being individually priced with a pricing gun.
Interesting. Yeah, well, anyway, problem we're not gonna solve today.
Right.
I support this.
Shall I make a motion?
Any other questions?
Jumped the gun on
we should
that,
make a
sorry.
motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the Select Board vote to approve the updated schedule of sealer of weights and measures fees as presented by the Finance Director, effective immediately pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 22F.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Laura, seconded by Mike Tejan. Jacob, how do you vote?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is a letter of interest to purchase town-owned property, which is actually a paper street, adjacent to 9 Chestnut Hill Road. And I believe, is there someone participating remotely about this?
Yes, it's Abraham, yes.
Miss,
Yes, good evening, everyone.
hi.
Members of the board, how are you doing?
Yeah, so can you tell us what you would like to do?
Yeah, let me share a file real quick. I'm still new to Zoom. Real quick, let me see. Okay, can you see this?
No, yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, my name's Abraham Thicontijo. I live at 9 Chestnut Hill Road with my wife and 2 young boys. So I'm here tonight regarding this paper street. It's I highlighted it purple here. My land is in green there. So I share this border with the paper street with number 15. And this is a landlocked, non-buildable strip of land that doesn't serve any public purpose. So I'm proposing to the town that they discontinue this way and split it 50-50 down the center line, which from my understanding is standard practice for dissolving a paper street. And I just wanted to highlight some, like 3 reasons that this could benefit the town. One being that it removes the liability for tree damage. My house is about 15 feet from the border, a rock wall there, and it's lined with some taller trees. And yeah, my home has solar panels, so if a limb were to fail or fall, the financial damage would be substantial. So just transferring this land from the town just permanently offloads any legal liability just to the homeowner, myself, and my neighbor. Point 2 is it could generate some tax revenue. This turns the liability into like a private taxable land. So it ensures the land will be properly cared for by myself and my neighbor, and it would be added town revenue being taxable land now. I'm prepared to cover any reasonable administrative legal costs associated with that transfer. My goal would be just to be cost neutral for the transaction to the town. And just on the third point I wanted to make on a personal note, it is overgrown with aggressive poison ivy, and it's kind of creeping into past my the property rock wall every year. I'm highly allergic. I've needed steroids in the past, but I get it multiple times a year. Just my point is, I need to maintain this. The town doesn't maintain this, and it's just a health nuisance for myself. And I would like to just remediate the entire thing if it wasn't public property. So I just respectfully ask that the board place this on the April town warrant, and with the review starting on the 23rd this month, moving forward. Tonight allows us to resolve this safety and liability issue before the next growing season. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Guntillo?
Guntillo, yep.
Did you say something about splitting the property with your neighbor?
Yeah, I was speaking to, I have a lot of projects going on in my house, and the building inspector mentioned that that's a typical, when there's no longer a use or purpose for the paper street. This was initially for access to a plot of land that got merged, and now there's no purpose for it. He said they split it 50-50 down the center line, and the town can just dissolve it.
Through the chair, Abraham, is this a roadway that you could subdivide onto the property? See the large parcel behind your home with the split driveway? Do you have plans to put a driveway up the paper street and subdivide the back property? Is that the neighbor?
No, the neighbor is on Chestnut Hill Road, I was referring to. The one that's on Pleasant Street has a driveway going up to their property, and that shed is pretty close to the border of the paper street. but I think that initially was two plots of land for the neighbor off of Pleasant Street, and it was combined, and they no longer needed this paper street for access to that potential lot in the back.
Abraham, I'm looking at Google Images. I'm vaguely familiar with this area, and so where Dennis Circle would continue if it wasn't for this paper street, is the way I'm interpreting the map. Is that paper street currently passable in any way, or is that paper street completely impassable?
What do you mean impassable? Like,
Trees, like there's a lot of like a paper street could be a common way where you can go and just walk and not have to do a big roundabout to get somewhere. So like that's one of the benefits of the paper street, is that enables you to go and be able to use not the main roads, but be able to use sort of ways to get to other areas walking relatively easily.
so just for pedestrians?
For pedestrians. Yeah, paper street. Paper street is primarily for pedestrians to give them access.
It's
to
overgrown
public
brush.
land.
There's trees in there. I wouldn't go in there without.
It looks. Was it at one point paved and it just is overgrown now, or is that no?
Definitely not.
Okay, it's just hard. And on Dennis Circle behind you, is it one house behind there on that one road?
No, Dennis Circle. It goes. It loops around, connects to itself.
Yeah.
To the other side of Chestnut Hill.
Yeah, well, I see Dennis Circle like in two ways. I see Dennis Circle in front of your house to the left. If you're looking out your front door, it's right across from the paper street. And then also labeled as Dennis Circle is the house behind you. Would it be off Dennis Circle based on what Google Images is showing?
The one that comes in from Pleasant Street, you mean?
Yes, the one that comes in from Pleasant Street.
Oh. Yeah, I think that's inaccurate. I think that's just a driveway.
You think it's a private drive?
That is a private driveway up to the house.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was trying to get a sense of that.
Any other comments or questions?
And so what is your what is your ask of the town, just so I'm clear? And I understand is it to purchase it? Is it to, what is the ask?
Yes.
Well, I don't think there's much value to the town, so I would like to split it evenly with my neighbor, at cost neutral to the town. I don't think there's much value that it holds otherwise. I just heard that the next step would be bringing this to the town meeting, the annual town meeting.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get this on the warrants for a couple of years, and I finally made the right process, so.
In addition to that, Abraham, after town meeting, if the voters decide to dispose the property into your name, or just to sell the property, if the voters agree to sell the property, then we do have to go and bring it out to bid per our attorney.
Oh, have it assessed or
That would make sense.
Yeah,
is
because-
that otherwise gifting it to a person adjacent seems to be.
Right.
Well, he
Yeah.
says purchase, he doesn't.
Yeah, well, that was my ask. Was he asked to purchase it? And what I heard was the ask was for the town to give it to subdivide between the two lots, make it more, get the vegetation away and any potential legal liability for the town, is what I heard. But my brain was going where you were going, to just try to understand more of.
Right,
Yeah.
because we don't know, and the reason why I asked him about the paper road, typically paper roads, it could serve as an access way to a larger
Yeah.
parcel in the back, and somebody could subdivide it, so somebody might come in to bid and say, well, I'll give you $100,000 for that, because they know they have and maybe not, maybe that can't be done.
Or the house on Dennis Circle may want access to Chestnut Hill Road. I'm making it up. I don't know this to be true.
Yes, yeah.
But you could imagine there may be other interested parties that would want to be aware, and I get worried
I
about.
understand, yeah. If that's the next step that needs to be taken, to put out to a public bid, I'd just like to get this voted into the annual meeting.
Got it. No, I understand your position. It makes a lot of sense, and just want to make sure I understand precedent and sort of like making sure we're doing it in a way that
is
Would be
legal.
consistent.
As a town,
Should this be a public hearing? Do we have to have a
No.
public hearing about this?
No, we could, well, essentially, it's going on the warrant, so.
Okay.
Town
Will
meeting
be.
is a pretty public hearing.
Yeah, yeah, that's a big one.
Planning has public hearings before they, okay, all right. All right, so, does anybody see any problem with, yeah?
Just my comment here, I don't see any problem. I would support this for the reasons articulated by the gentleman, other than we need to follow the right process, which is what we're voting to do. So I can, looking at the map, I could see it makes sense, the proposal that he's saying, he and his adjacent neighbor, maybe a 50-50, but I do see two other directly abutting parcels, and they may want a piece, right? Or they may not. And so, regardless of my opinion on the matter, I think legally we have to go out to let any other interested parties make an offer so that we make sure that the town is doing what's best for the taxpayers, which, but as far as the general proposition of doing this, which, my hope would be, it results in roughly some solution that involves the town not having to take care of that property or have liabilities on, and potentially increase the tax base of these poor individuals who will get their taxes jacked up because of their new acreage. I'm sorry.
I know.
But he seems to want it, so that's okay. The one thing, and I'm sure this will be done in our diligence, Steph.
Yep.
But, I don't know when the plat was done, where that paper street was created. We don't want to know when that was done, and, make sure there are no, express or implied easements that someone else is going to claim some.
Right, our
some easement
attorney would
over
look
there.
into that
Sure,
before it
I assume.
went on the warrant, yep.
Yeah, so, subject to us obviously following all that correctly, I do support this, Madam Chair.
and in the meantime, I know that he had mentioned the issue with poison ivy that's overgrowing the property. Would the town have any issue with him taking whatever measures he would have to kind of control that? at
Yeah,
least
I
within
wouldn't
each
touch
of
it
his-
because it's not his property, and if something happened to him on the property, it would be our liability,
Right.
so.
So if he stood on his property line and sprayed poison ivy Roundup.
Or had a wandering goat, I don't know.
Yeah, how did this goat get here? I don't know.
I'm just kidding.
Poison
sorry.
ivy is the official flower of.
Pull it by the root. I just filled up 5 black construction bags last summer, cleaned up the rest of my property, but this is just, it keeps coming back every year.
I've had luck with poison ivy Roundup. I know not everybody likes it, but it's effective. at least
Sometimes
for
you
me.
got to do what you got to do. So, Mike, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I move that the select board accept the letter of interest from Abraham Gontejo, if I pronounced that right. If I didn't, sorry, I apologize. For the town-owned paper street adjacent to 9 Chestnut Hill Road, and direct the town administrator and town council to prepare the necessary materials for consideration of continuance and disposition of the paper street, including placement of an article on the April town meeting warrant.
Second.
Motion made by Mike, seconded by Laura. Jacob, how do you vote?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
And I vote aye, and thank you very much for waiting. I'm sorry you came on so late. All right, see you at town meeting, sir.
Thanks.
Thank
All
you.
right. Next on the agenda, fire chief search discussion. So, in your packet, you have an explanation of, let's see, a job description, as well as the possibility of hiring an outside firm to do the search for us. So,
Yes,
I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie.
right. Given just the climate, if you will, I think it would be more professional, objective to go with somebody that has this skill. And if you look at, I gave you 2 copies of quotes that I received. One is Paro Consulting. And if you scroll to the second page, there's several exercise for skills and abilities that they would conduct. There are job measurements for like decision-making, time management skills, supervisory, coaching skills. So it's a whole assessment center that the prospective chief would be able to go through. They not only, these companies not only vet the people coming in, but they'll size them down to, let's just say 3, and then they'll run those 3 through the assessment center, so they're not, taking up too much time with people that wouldn't be, adequate for the position of chief, incoming chief. And I also think that it's beneficial for outside people looking in, prospective chiefs coming here. They would feel more reassured that it's a professional center and they're going through the process equitably along with everybody else. I also have looked over the job description with attorneys and even current chiefs, and we were able to get you have both in front of you, a redlined copy as well as the final draft. The consulting firm, if we were to go that approach, they would check the job description over again, or not, and be able to give us the advice of posting, pulling from a selected group, so pretty much everything would be done for us. There was one reasonably priced, and there was one that was a little higher, but bless you.
I'm supportive of it in concept. I have a couple of questions. When I went on to backgrounds of the companies, and I think these are nice write-ups to start from, I saw, if I recall correctly, and I'm double checking now, let me see. I guess one of the questions I would have, there are neighboring towns here that had fire chief, used for fire chief consulting.
Okay, yeah.
Could we call some of those neighboring towns and find out what their experiences was?
Absolutely.
And what any feedback, what they
Yep.
wish they thought of before, what they found from using the process, how it helped, pros and cons, and just to help us maybe look around the edges a bit.
Yep, absolutely.
But both look like reputable in terms of having like a lot of towns they've interacted with for fire and police, and so they look like 2 reputable consulting companies.
Any other comments or questions? Jacob?
I was trying to find in both of them, and maybe I just didn't, maybe I overlooked it. Their work product, in the end, they supply us with what? 1 name, 2 names, 3 names?
It depends. If we only had one person that realistically could fill the job, it would be the one. We could tell them to size it down to 2 people, to 3 people, and then the
I would think
board.
no more than 3. but
Yeah,
I
me
would-
too.
Depending
Yeah.
on the pool.
Right, exactly.
The pool is only, I highly doubt we'll only get 2 applicants, but then if they're qualified, fully qualified, then I think I'd like the board to make the final decision. But
They would.
But 3 would be, beyond 3, I think narrow it down to 3 or 2
Yeah.
would be my suggestion. 1,
I think it usually is 2.
yeah, depending on how many
Applicants.
applicants,
Mm-hmm.
2 or 3 seems sensible to me.
Yep.
So either option, I don't have a particular inclination toward one solution or the other. So I'd sort of defer to my colleagues if they have a. But I support the idea
Both of
of
these,
doing this instead of the search committee.
Yeah.
can we say towns' names here?
Can we what?
Can we say towns' names? I have a couple of questions. Yeah?
Yeah.
No, it's right.
Yeah.
Both of these have Southborough as fire chief recruiting. So that's
Does it
kind
say the year?
No, but I think it's interesting Southborough has experience with both.
Yeah.
Same with Marlborough.
I love
So
Southborough.
there's some duplicate towns with that they use for recruiting.
Yeah.
Maybe they use more than one recruiter, and I don't know, but those are the kind of things I'd want to understand from Southborough and Marlborough and Shrewsbury. Well, Southborough and Marlborough, in the example I gave you, Shrewsbury's on here as well. But Southborough will be interesting because they both third-party reference fire chief. And, yeah, fire chief recruitment. They both reference fire chief recruitment.
Mm-hmm.
So Stephanie, you'll make a few calls and then, or Diane will? And then.
Especially Southborough, yeah.
Just tell us which one kind of came, which one had a really good endorsement.
Not that cheaper is better, but I did notice that one was like significantly less expensive.
Yeah.
It's sort of hard to know whether this is something you skimp on or not, because sometimes you get what you pay for, so, don't know if that's same time, saving $10,000 is another little nibble at the
Well, it's
end, so.
almost double, isn't it?
Almost triple.
Yeah.
With that, unless, my thought, Madam Chair, is that we vote to put it in the discretion of the town administrator, which of the two options, after further calls, that she thinks is the best, taking into account our comments, something like that.
Can I just ask a question about the job description?
Yes.
On page 3 of the corrected one, we would want the person to be an EMT, not a paramedic, or have training in that? Could it be
Education and
ideally?
experience.
What?
So a bachelor's degree in fire science, business, public administration, or related field.
Are these preferred or essential?
Well, it says at a minimum level, an emergency medical technician, so I guess that's
Oh, I
minimal.
see where you're,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Certified at a minimum level, yeah.
I think this is something we got feedback on that we put in. Is that correct?
Yes. So both the attorney and you'll see the red lines and two chiefs.
Well, one thing we have to establish 100% is, are we a strong chief town?
Oh, we're definitely, there's no question about that. That's in the charter. We're a strong chief town. And you are the appointing authority of the fire chief. That's been established.
What is
The
this
question is about the deputy, that's the
Yeah.
question.
What's the strong chief town?
Northborough.
What's it mean?
It means the chief comes under the jurisdiction of the select board rather than the town administrator, like most of the.
That's
other-
what strong chief means?
Correct.
Well, yeah, and they have their own capabilities within the department, so and the reason why a strong chief was made is because they're the only ones in an emergency situation that can, you can't say, no, don't send mutual aid in because the fire doesn't look that big, and then people die. So, so they right. Yeah.
Where does the requirement to be like an EMT, where is that in the here?
Page 3 of the job description?
Page 3?
Yeah.
But it says minimal, so I guess I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
Is that because
So
the
there's-
chief may be called to respond?
Right,
I mean, Chief
right. A
Parenti has said
chief-
he's shown up at stuff when they've been
and
short-staffed.
it does say that in here. It says, you might have to fill in for, let's see, hold on. Supervise judgment and complexity, is that where it was?
And be certified at a minimum level, so does that mean inactive certification?
Yep. Minimum level must have a fire officer and chief
Work
certification.
environment required to work beyond normal business hours in response to emergency situations.
So everything we have in here is legally what is required.
Okay.
Stephanie, on page 4, physical, motor, and visual skills, it says, administrative work is conducted in an office setting involving sitting with,
In an office setting involving sitting with intermittent periods of stooping, walking, standing.
Like, that just seems, okay, all right. Now that I've read it again, I guess it means that there's a lot of desk work. And you have to be prepared for that?
Yeah, but then it also you have to lift up to 50 pounds, you know, when in field working.
Okay, and this is one more question. On the Paro Consulting and Associates?
Yeah.
On the second page, what is in-basket, out-basket exercise?
So I think at the top of the ladder, there's a basket, and you have to climb in, be able to climb in, be able to climb out.
Oh, wow.
In order, you know, to jump in if there was an emergency situation. Typically, fire chiefs do not go into a fire. They're on the administrative side.
Right.
You know, telling everybody what to do, where to go. But, I mean, if need be, they need to be able to jump in.
And Steph, is pre-employment physical part of this or not for a chief?
Yes.
It is.
Yep. Yeah, with the town of Northborough, we do that for everybody.
I believe our resigning chief is from New Hampshire, is that right?
Yes.
Would we go and open up the search? Doesn't have to be Massachusetts, it could be anywhere.
Oh, yeah, it could be anywhere.
Anywhere in the, cool,
Yep.
that's good.
It just says within a year of,
They get the-
they have to get certain certification of Massachusetts Fire Training Council, but that's.
Yes, yep.
Theoretically, anyone could do that.
So are we all in agreement that Stephanie will make some phone calls and then come back to us with which firm we choose?
Yep,
Or
absolutely.
Jacob, were you saying to give her that authority now?
I mean, my
That'd be
preference
okay
right
with-
now is the cheaper one unless there's a strong reason.
I was gonna say, all things being equal, go with the cheaper one, but
I'd rather wait and see what the other towns have to say, if that's okay. I mean,
My only preference for reaching a decision now is like,
keep the ball moving.
we're like,
I hear you.
Yeah, we're
this is- I wish we
close.
were 2 months ago.
When would you, like, just say that, when do you think you'd retain one of these two companies?
As soon as possible, and I asked that question with both, I actually reached out to a third that didn't respond, but they said immediately, once we sign the agreement, then they're on top of it.
And then maybe some additional background of maybe the current situation and how they think about where their search geography needs to be.
Yep, yep.
We've worked with MRI, I think, a couple of times. We have some experience with them. I've never heard of John Paro Consulting.
They do have a good reputation.
It's pretty,
Yep.
pretty impressive list of towns that they've partnered with. It's
I know,
pretty
yeah.
extensive.
I would put my finger on the scale toward the Paro one. But I'd like to just, with that statement, give, because they need to make some calls, as we've said, and I don't want to wait 2 more weeks to make a decision.
Yeah, no, I hear that too.
Well, I mean, they have to make some calls, so that's going to take a couple days. Okay, so do you want to make a motion that we ask the town administrator to make some calls about their experience with both of the companies? And if everything seems equal, we'll go with the lesser charge?
And how about if, sorry, may I?
Yeah.
Yes, and how about, and if during these phone calls, the town administrator and Diane come up with a reason maybe to not, then you let us know and then we'll do it next time.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm okay with
I mean, if we're thinking about it, we were gonna do just an inside committee. This, at least we have an assessment center, we have,
I think it's a good idea.
yeah,
Okay.
me too.
Especially,
Agree.
one of us would be on that committee, and I would say, not me, I'd say, you
Yeah,
guys.
they're
and-
just cleaner and professional, yes.
Yeah. And obviously, a lot of towns do it.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Okay, so is there a so moved to what I
So
just
moved.
said?
I'll second that.
And
Oh,
just,
do you want a
while we're
second?
still just, one more
I can
thing, just
second it.
looking at these, one thing I'd call out, because, all things being equal, I do like the cheaper option. I will say that the written plan of service from MR, Municipal Resources, MRI, it's pretty thorough on the tasks in terms of like what they deliver and there's clear deliverables on that page that you may want to like kind of keep that in mind when you, because they've got it broken down to 10 tasks, and then an assessment center, and then Paro Consulting doesn't have that. It just has basically executive search and assessment center. So those tasks are actually pretty interesting when you look at how thorough they are. So just I would push on that when you're trying to figure out the right fit for us.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I know what I can do.
So moved.
Is there a motion on the table?
You can second it.
Second.
You've already seconded. So the motion is basically to have Stephanie, get some references and make a decision. If all is equal, then go with the less expensive charge. How do you vote, Jacob?
Yes.
John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Okay,
Cool.
Stephanie.
Perfect.
All right,
you.
next is 4 West Main Street.
Yes, so for West Main Street, we had posted it to the town website, and we actually got a lot of traction. The concerns are pretty much on the second page, so they don't want it to be, again, a long-term financial risk to taxpayers just sitting there. Parking limitations and feasibility, they're concerned with. Risk of long-term vacancies.
Sorry, clarifying question. Is this from residents or?
Yes, all
Okay.
residents.
So this isn't from prospective buyers?
No.
This is residents?
Nope.
Remember
Yep.
Jacob asked that we hold this for a couple of weeks to see what the public.
Yeah. Just want to make sure I was tracking.
I mean, so overall, everybody was like, sell it, or we never should have built it.
They were
Yeah,
very clear.
in their desire for decisive action rather than prolonged process. They just want, like, get it out there, let's see what happens. Yeah.
So, but that means that some of these dates, like, the visit that's going to happen.
So I added another site walk you guys suggested. Yeah, so we'd like to release the RFP on
Tomorrow.
2/11 tomorrow. Is that tomorrow?
No.
No, 2 days.
Wednesday.
If
Yeah.
we had a prospective buyer want to market the property, can we direct them to you?
Oh, absolutely.
Could they do that in the near term? Or could they do that? What date could they do that? What's the soonest date?
So 2/19.
Okay.
And then we have another one, 2/26, which is the following week.
Yep.
Then we have a question period. All questions are due by March 9th. And then the responses are due by March 19th.
What are we doing in terms of marketing?
Well, it will be up where all bids are. It'll be on our website. I'll contact the community advocate, just our normal. Let's put it this way. A lot of people already know about it and they're looking for it.
What about trade magazines? Like, if you want to buy a business, you can register things by local businesses, and it's kind of interesting. Sometimes you'll find all the local businesses for sale. Could there be one of those we could activate and put it on something where get those prospective buyers more broadly? And they tend to be regional. They tend to be within the state. You can kind of sort on the county. But is there anything like that you're thinking about?
Like, so you're saying from a real estate perspective?
Yeah, so like for instance, there could be there could be somebody looking with an idea that we're not going to really be intuitive to us, but it could be looking for a unique property that could be, either a restaurant or a brewery or whatever it is, that isn't in that really tight geography that we're all familiar with, but might be hour and 15 minutes away.
Yeah,
And
well,
that-
which is what happened with White Cliffs when we started talking about the RFP. We had newspapers in England writing about it. It really.
Yeah, no, we
it
got
was
some,
like word traveled.
it had the notoriety.
Yeah.
I'm interested in just saying, how do we expand that prospective buyer pool from an awareness perspective for people that might be looking for a property where they could invest in their business?
You know what? I'll call Meredith from Marlboro.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
see what she thinks.
I'll send you a site too that may be worthwhile, and maybe Meredith might have some familiarity with too.
Yeah.
Are there complications since it's the town selling it versus we're not hiring a real estate agent?
No, we can't because it has to go under procurement. So it has to be the full bid process, so everything's,
Yeah.
standard for everybody. Everyone has the same rights as everybody else. And it actually, in my eyes, maybe because I'm so used to it, it's an easier process because it's not, it's like, oh, okay, here's our desired outcome, can you match it? Financial package, can you know, you can weigh one against the other, because you have all those market indicators that you're pre-naming. Regarding,
Okay, any other questions or suggestions for Stephanie?
When can we reasonably prioritize and handle this? We have town meeting coming up, we've got appropriation, we got,
once it's out, it's out, it's already written, so.
Can you make, I don't remember what the period of the RFP was for White Cliffs, but I remembered I felt like it was short, and maybe that was just my inexperience. What's the period?
Well, it's like a month. So basically, you know, we're starting now, we'll have the site walks, we have a question period.
Keep it open, 2 more weeks?
6 weeks, you mean?
6-week open period? Is that unusual? I'm not trying to like break standards here. I'm just saying,
See what it is.
sometimes it takes a while to get word around and then you realize, oh, I want that property. Oh, deadline was yesterday.
You know.
Well, it's about that, I think, well.
I would say 6 weeks. That's just my 2 cents.
Am I speaking incorrectly, but when these things are advertised, there's like people who are always looking for things like this, right?
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like-
it's on, yep, the
it's-
central register.
It's
so-
not kind of like, oh, it's for.
Right, but in addition to that, we'll try to get, you know, advertise wherever we can, being the paper, the website. I'll call the economic developer in Marlboro, see where she puts her property, just to get, you know, more global ideas, yeah.
See if the Boston Globe wants to do a follow-up story on a.
I know, right?
Property in Northborough.
Yeah. Seriously, wherever we can
How's
put
that
it.
holding up with all the snow load on it, dare I ask?
Probably okay. I mean, it survived 2015.
Right.
100 inches of
That has
snow.
the plastic covers of the,
Oh.
anyway, I'm
Yeah.
sure people are paying attention to all that, but I just worry. Just look at
Yeah.
my own house and I'm like, oh my
No.
gosh.
Me too.
I know. Poor, it was Thursday night, Lori Connors called me. The ice dam, like, literally went through the roof, all through the wall, pouring water. The next morning, I woke up 0 heat. I was like, what is going on here? I know.
Here in this building?
No, in my house.
Oh, in your house? Oh, I'm
It
so
was
sorry.
the nozzle to the boiler was clogged, and so it was like 58 when I woke up. I was
Oh.
like, oh, yeah. It got fixed, though.
Welcome to New England.
Yeah, right.
Okay, any other comments or suggestions about this? Shall we move on then to?
To what?
Do you want to do goals?
Oh, sorry.
Or move
Can I
on?
readdress the search situation question? Just one little thing, and I noted it, and then I forgot, and then I remembered. There's one thing in there that says bachelor's in certain areas required. I'm always preferential to people with formal educations, but I'm also cognizant that a lot of people without formal educations have way more than the skills necessary. My 2 cents is I would like to make the bachelor's optional as a preferred instead of an essential.
I don't think we can.
Sure we can. It's our description.
I think it's worthwhile to have a bachelor's degree fire chief.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, I'm out. You know, it's okay if you don't agree with me. I just
I mean,
thought
for me, it's a bachelor's in,
certain things or related fields. I'm just saying almost every single job, there's a blah, 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 or equivalent.
History.
In experience.
yeah, that's,
Anyway,
Very
okay,
cultured fire
that's
chief.
fine, that's fine. Just a
No, I hear what you're saying. I know
But
plenty of
it's- and
people who
don't think it's-
finished it later, whatever, got positions
Yeah.
and whatnot, you know.
It's a chief position. Like,
No,
I
yeah.
couldn't sit here without a master's. I have to have a master's. So.
I didn't know you had a master's.
Well,
No,
okay.
But really, they really do, and it could be in fire science or something
Right,
related,
right.
but they're a chief, they're, you know, heading a life-saving department, they really should have.
I know a lot of people in life who have very little education.
No,
and
I get
have
it,
a lot of
but-
respect for and would take
Mhm.
orders from any day. So,
Yep.
so it's okay. We don't have to do that.
Well, they can apply and, you know.
If it's an essential qualification, they'll get nixed.
Yeah.
Do you want to ask the consultants about that?
Yeah,
What
we
their
could.
experience
Yeah,
with?
definitely.
I don't think anyone on the fire
Education
chief
requirement?
path was picking up their bachelor's on their way to building their
That's kinda what I'm
career
thinking.
path, and
Yeah.
it's an attainable thing with focus and time.
They usually get good, like, education stipends and stuff on the way up, so.
Yeah,
get
true.
somewhere.
Yep.
That's good points. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Sorry, back to where we were.
So goals. Should we punt this again?
Honestly, I think we should.
Anybody object to moving on to mock town meeting discussion?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Okay. Laura, you okay with that?
Yes, of course, thank you.
All right, so we have a mock town meeting scheduled for April 13th at 6 PM at the senior center?
Yes.
Is that a Tuesday or something? Because they're not open late.
It's a Monday, actually.
It's a Monday, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
April
So
13th.
I have all the department heads coming, I have the moderator coming, I have town council coming who will be at town meeting, Jeff Blake. And what we're gonna do, we're not going over any of the zoning warrant articles because they're having a public hearing on 2/17 and we don't have a lot of time. So I'm going to, of course, cut out the, beginning part of the warrant that it's, just standard, and focus in on any other, warrant articles that could be controversial, and we'll go over them step by step. I also told council that I want process more illustrated there, so, we could just set it up almost like a town meeting.
Can we tape it?
Oh,
Tape it?
yeah, absolutely, yep,
That'd be great.
yeah, yep. So,
Will we have formal positions on it as a board or no at that time?
Mock town meeting? No.
yeah,
Not.
yeah, you
We
will.
should be there, like,
No, I'm saying you'll have formal votes on the warrant already.
oh, yeah.
Jason, do you remember the date that
That's
they
next-
formally?
Well, the hearing's in March.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's March.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Hearing with appropriations and select board.
It's a second meeting.
Yep,
Yeah, upcoming agenda items, March 9th, select board vote to close the warrant.
yep, okay. And then the joint is March 23rd. So, yeah, you guys will have set the warrant.
And I would just ask that there be enough time for questions from.
Oh, absolutely,
Yeah.
that's why we're doing it.
Okay.
We want to get all of the questions, so either we know what to expect at town meeting, and we'll already have the answers, and if we don't have the answers, then that's the time that we look into them, so we have the answers when we're on the floor.
I've been thinking about this whole concept, and I don't mean to like be the rainer on the parade. I'm trying to figure out who is the target audience that actually will attend. I understand, the idea is to expand the availability of the information at town meeting. That's a great goal. But who are the people who are actually going to say, I'm going to go to a town meeting that actually has no binding effect? I'm going to get some information that I'm going to get at the real town meeting. I'm going to go take a few hours of my day to go listen to everything that I'm going to go listen to at town meeting. And maybe I'm just missing something.
I think, here's the value I see in it, and this is, I appreciate the feedback, because this is just the way I'm thinking about it. One is that, less being, obviously get the overview, but less being presented to, but more answering questions. I'd even, like, from the warrant article presenter / owner, and the select board and any other committees or like to get that sort of level of engagement, and that's more of a fireside chat. But the real value I see is the recording of it, and say, hey, to prep for town meeting, I think you should I'd send these to people where I have a strong view, and I'd say, vote how you want, but here's the 4 things that I'm really concerned about from a warrant perspective at town meeting, and start getting people so they're not walking in cold.
Yeah,
That, it's not necessarily the people, you need some people there, you need a good dialogue, but it's people viewing it that's gonna drive it, in my mind.
So I can see that. So someone who maybe say like, gee, I'm opposed to warrant article 11, whatever, I don't know what that is, so just making.
We don't either.
And, you know, typically in one of my criticisms, and I think it's been shared a little bit by others, about our presentations at the town meeting is they seem to be very one-sided instead of like, and here's what the other people are saying, which I don't know is a problem we're going to fix in a day, but this allows a potential dissenter to say, I'm going to go there, say my dissent, it'll now be available for people to watch. I see that as a possible upside. I just wonder if they actually will. Or if, counter argument, this is a huge amount of effort undertaking, lots of staff, lots of time, lots of
But
planning.
it's a good dress rehearsal in the least for all of us.
And if we're having a dress rehearsal, I certainly would like the public to be invited to it. So, yes.
Yep.
So that's fair. Okay.
I'd want more balanced
Okay.
conversations like you do. Like, I don't want to be presented to, I don't want to be like, I mean, the most obscene thing we ever saw was when the fire station passed. No
agree.
one got a chance to talk, and it was a bully.
Yeah.
Like, I think we need an environment that you can start to have conversations about why you would like it, pros, the cons, because these things are all inherently, they're all inherently like flawed in some degree.
Not to
But
get-
like nothing's like these things require thought, and
Yeah.
so
I
We
don't
are
think
bringing
many
these
people-
things as a town, so, right, theoretically, we're bringing these
Yeah,
forward
we're
because we want them
presenting,
passed.
right.
Because in the judgment of all the committees who've reviewed it, the select board, where appropriate, has reviewed it, committees, whoever, in aggregate, we've decided that this
We
is
think this
a
is a
net
good
positive.
thing.
and-
But
and-
in the flip side, you're right. Anyone can get up and contest whatever we say, and then we
Right.
have to put a good explanation forward, bring a good explanation
No, no, so,
forward.
yeah, I like the
Right.
idea of, we're gonna kind of do a dry run anyway, so why not invite people?
Yeah.
I like the idea of the recording, as John said, you know, especially if you can navigate it easily to get to different articles, the ones that you want to see or whatever, to just get more information out there and get ahead of stuff, so.
one of the observations I had, just, you know, from town meeting and from financial planning, where we felt like that had inherent structural flaws to it, is that we don't really have the 4-1-3-2 conversations in a productive way, that like, someone may say, didn't support this, and here's why. It might be timing, it might be trade-off, could be 1,000 different things. It might be, I fundamentally don't believe it, but we just use the words majority, and we kind of push stuff through, where I think this could create an environment where having maybe a bit more dialogue on things that aren't 5-0.
Sure, I mean, I don't know if we have a discussion about how different members of financial planning, appropriation, the select board, if they were to vote not in the affirmative of something, if it was a 3-2 or 4-1, how best for them to express themselves and at what microphone. I know we've had that dilemma before. At a certain extent, though, it is the town presenting these things. So again, it's, you know, even though you may not have voted for something, we are representing the town, and the town is bringing these forward. So even though you know, you may have lost that vote, it's I think usually most appropriate to not sort of try to then, it depends, I guess, on the situation or situational of getting up and sort of everything that you maybe didn't support, you get up and speak to it. I don't know if, you know, I'm not saying that people can't express their opinions, even if they're on a current board. But again, it is the town bringing these things forward that, as multiple boards and committees and everybody kind of came together and like, here's our finished product. So it should all be stuff that we don't necessarily need. Like, I don't think there's necessarily a requirement for the town to do equal time. Like, I don't know if I agree with that. People can certainly get up to the microphone and voice their opinion on an article and how they feel or how they think people should vote, how they're going to vote. But I don't think it's on the presenter, the department head, or whoever's delivering the article to sort of do that.
I agree with you. And what I'd like to see transparently is like, if it's the appropriations or if it's financial planning committee, I'd like to see their vote. I'd like to see if it's select board, I'd see their vote, and I'd like to give the transparency to the community. Say, hey, Mike, I noticed that, you know, that you didn't, you know, obviously it's supported by the select board, and we're here at our meeting. I noticed that, you know, whoever it is, we don't have to call out the dissenter, but would someone help me understand what maybe The other argument might be.
Right, no, I think that's fair.
And rather than us going and trying to have a debate club, but just the transparency because I don't think the town's engaged very productively in that way. And this gives us ability to be able to have some of those conversations.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Speaking from experience, I have been asked specifically, since I voted no on a couple of things, why I voted no. And it's good to be prepared and I
accountable.
thought it was a great question.
And accountable. We're all accountable to a yes vote or a no vote.
Yeah, and I think sort of the way maybe not best to handle that was maybe what occurred during the fire station special town meeting as opposed to, I think, when we were discussing our vote on like the SAFER grant and whether we supported it. I think that went cleaner and more direct than some of the confusion at prior town meeting. So I think us maybe discussing some level of how do we want to just speak to our microphone? Do we want to go down to the public microphone?
Discussing the
That's been done before. I've seen it kind of both ways, so.
Right.
Yeah, I think ultimately, I agree. I'd like to not have to go to the podium, but I think it's going to be, we're going to have to talk Fred into letting us talk from there, because I think it's technically his meeting, so he gets to tell us where to sit, I think. But maybe
It's a practice meeting?
Maybe in the practice meeting, we can persuade him why it's a good idea to save some time
Yeah,
walking up
more
and
than
down.
walking.
Everyone knows we're just individuals, anyway.
Here's a wild and crazy idea. For people who can't attend the meeting, could they submit questions or comments by email?
Yeah.
And what about to make the meeting run efficiently if, when people come in, and they do have comments and questions already, that they write it down and someone, whoever's the moderator, can, kind of read the question instead of people going up and.
But I think it would be handled per warrant basis, because we'd never get through it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we'll just make it known that if someone can attend the meeting and they have questions or comments, that we will address it in the meeting. Okay.
Quick question. Does the Appropriation and Financial Planning Committees know about this? Are they going to be asked to
Yes.
attend? Have they agreed to that? Okay, I wouldn't want to impose without running it by them first. Okay. And Planning Board is not, because we're not doing their items. What about the citizen petitions? Up in the air still, or?
No, I mean, they have to go on the warrant.
I know, but as far as for the practice? Because we would be basically asking the proponent, the citizen petitioner, if they want to do the practice or not, I assume.
I didn't think of that.
That's why I'm asking.
What do you guys think? I'm just, actually, I just have to be leery of time.
Sure.
So let me, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
I mean, it
suggesting
seems
an
more like
answer,
an
I just wanted to
exercise
think about it.
Town staff.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would be okay with limiting it to
Yeah.
the town's articles.
Okay.
Yeah. The planning board would not participate.
That's what we're saying.
No.
Why?
Because the ones that they are in charge of, meaning the ones relating to bylaw changes, zoning bylaws, won't be done by then.
Well, they're having
Public
their
hearings.
own public hearing on the 17th, so that's the public's opportunity to come in. And if we added them to this meeting.
too long.
We would be like,
There's a
yeah,
lot of time.
hours.
There's a lot.
I'm trying to get them to narrow down, but
Yeah,
they
yeah.
don't
Yeah.
listen too much to me, which is fine, they don't have to, but it's.
Those
it's
are
a
the
lot.
ones, I guess, and one education I think is really important too, is because last year, like, everyone was exhausted, they came in last, and there's nothing that people want to say yes to. We were struggling to keep 100 people in the room.
Yep.
And there's some significant things that could impact the town that people laymen may not be aware of. I think that the planning board stuff is actually, could be some of the hotter topics we have.
But that
at town
will be
meeting.
on video too, so we can circulate that video, the public hearing.
Yeah.
For the zoning articles, so people get
It's tough.
the information they need.
Yeah, I do tend to agree with Steph that it's a bit duplicative for them
Yeah.
to have their public meeting where they will hear all of the people commenting.
Never mind, we really wouldn't have the time in one night.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Last count, I couldn't count, there were a lot.
They
Yeah.
didn't group any? They can't
I asked
really?
them to, but then they're hesitant on that because, well, this one's gonna have dissents, and this one's gonna have dissents, and this one's gonna have dissents, and if you combine them all, they'll all have dissents, and so we want to separate them because they also each have support, and I'm like, I don't know.
We're going to have to start moving towards 2 town meetings.
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, it would be good to have one that was like warrants and then one for the planning items.
One
It
of,
just stinks though, because I don't know if we'd get a quorum for that.
I mean,
That's the,
We always worry about it, and we always get a quorum.
I don't
I know.
want to get ahead of ourselves. I think it's on our agenda tonight, but I actually, you probably saw signed some of the citizen petitions, just full disclosure. One of them is like to have it on a full day on a Saturday.
All day.
The
Sometimes do
the
that.
town meeting?
Yeah. I
So-
don't want to get ahead of
so I-
ourselves. I know that's not our vote, but it's
Yeah,
just the petition.
but I did talk to Aaron, and he said that he would change it back to a Saturday in April.
Right.
Because I said, oh, no.
Can you
No,
imagine?
Uh-uh.
Moving all this stuff up?
What's that? Oh, not for
Let's
this
move
time,
the
but
date
next
up.
year,
For next year, but I said, there's no way, like, we're still getting insurance numbers in, and that's because that's the time of the year insurance companies, make their mark and they have their numbers. We wait on the state's numbers, we wait on the school's numbers, we wait on, retirement, so it's like, yeah, by the time, we're just starting to finally get all of our numbers in right now.
I would prefer if there was a way to do it. We had the COVID year, outside town meeting brings a lot of families. and
I'd love that.
People.
Could we do that?
With the backup. We did during COVID. It was well represented, and with the electronic buzzers, I think it would be like it would be productive, and you'd get a higher turnout.
If it was outdoors?
I think you would, because
Yeah,
especially at the
'cause
high school
kids
where
would
the
just
kids
be
can
running
go
around.
and you got like
on the football field, or?
Yeah, they had it on the football field.
Yeah.
And I thought it was one of our higher I don't know the numbers. I'm not a geek on it, but
But remember, the weather was nice.
well, I mean, you need some luck. Like you can't, and especially in May, like you need a little bit of luck.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's when it would be the first Saturday in May, if he changed it.
Yeah, and then
No, I was gonna say, in all these articles and days of town meeting, right, I mean, there's some expectation that, like, these things have to be on the warrant. Like, we do have to, I think, some level be respectful of people's time. And if there's something that, I don't know, the board doesn't agree with, or sort of we as sort of a final arbiter, whether it be a zoning article or something else, if it can wait, or if it's not something that's absolutely required. I'm assuming these all are, but I don't know, I've sat through town meetings both up front and in the audience, and hearing things and then find out later that, we were just kind of maybe aligning to what Mass General Law says, that would have applied anyway. We didn't necessarily need
Oh, yeah, I
an
know what you're
article to
saying.
do stuff, you know what I mean? Like, I think we do have to be respectful of people's time, and if
Oh,
we're gonna bring some
definitely.
big ticket items.
And I want
town
to try
meeting,
the consent agenda again,
Agreed.
because we didn't do it last year, and that, the moderator said, he'd look into trying to, I mean, I already know the ones that we.
to group some of these together.
Yeah.
Like pay last year's bills, like who's not going to do
Right,
that?
right.
Wow, that gets contentious now. You would think.
True.
I'm with you though.
Okay, any other questions about mock town meeting discussion?
Nope.
Thanks, that was a great discussion,
Okay.
appreciate it. I'm more on board than I was before. I was like a little skeptical, it seems to make a little more sense.
I may be late, just getting that's a 6 o'clock start. I mean, I was late for 6:30 start. So.
Where is it
Okay.
again?
The senior center, just in case we get a lot of people.
What's the date again?
I can make sure it's on my
April
phone.
13th, 6 PM.
Okay,
Got it.
can we move on to reports? Laura, do you have any reports?
Just a couple quick ones. I'm working with Community Affairs right now on scheduling time at the end of February. The focus I'm shooting to work with on them is to do recruitment. So I was hoping to reach out to see what boards and subcommittees have vacancies, and if people are interested in applying, just walking them through that process and doing it for an hour at the end of the month. The other thing that I saw pop up in my news is that the library is working on a grant for wayfaring for, and I haven't confirmed this with Jen Bruno yet, but it came up at their last meeting, for helping folks that may be working through memory challenges to help them navigate the library. So I was happy to hear that
Yeah, that's
grant is in
great.
process. So at this point, I'm sorry, I don't have anything else to report, but that concludes my reports.
Thank you.
Jacob.
Thanks. Appropriation Committee has been chugging along their meetings. I think they're on like a weekly basis now. They have one tomorrow. They met with the school committee School committee's budget's getting a little tighter, but they're still, I don't know what the most recent number is, but it's like 8% coming down to 7%, something like that. I think I
Yeah,
just
like
recently got.
6.9, yeah.
I think, yeah.
All right, Jason.
So, it's going in the right direction, but like my big picture takeaway for us is that I believe we are on like an all hands on deck mode, in my opinion, of how to address this potential 2.5 override number. As I've said, I will not support a 2.5 override this year. And at the same time, it's looking at us in the face right now, a lot. That's why I keep talking about chewing pieces of the elephant. And so I think future agenda item, we'll talk about possible reserves, like we talked about, and I think Jason's working on, looking at that, so we won't talk about that today. But just my take is, they're doing their job, they're looking and asking all the great questions, but some of the things we need to do may come down to policy adjustments that would need to come from here, possibly.
Well, I have good news. We met with Borsalo Insurance, and if we don't make any plan changes, we're at 12.44%. Last year, we were at 17.9. We are going into a joint IAC meeting with Southborough, Northborough, and the schools. And hopefully, we can introduce deductible plans. And if we get their buy-in, then we'd go to the unions to try to open up the contracts. So with that, the 12.44% could drastically reduce.
And my only comment on that, if I could, because I appreciated and I listened to your presentation there as well. I think you were at that meeting, the appropriations meeting. I feel like you were.
Yeah.
You had suggested that some municipalities open up with like a 50% initial deposit.
Or even 75.
I don't want to get into the weeds. I'm not in support of a 50%. That's like.
You wouldn't get anyone to join a HSA.
I disagree.
I know.
Anyway.
I know. You would
I think
not.
$1,000 a year, $250 a quarter.
But
Well,
what you.
50% of the deductible,
If the deductible's $4,000, that's a $2,000 payment right up front. on day
Right,
one.
and
Right, but
guess
it
what?
still
The
makes it
town's
worth it.
still saving. The town is still saving from what we typically do with HMO.
We got to come up with that cash. And
Yep.
where's the cash going to come from? So that's the problem.
It would.
From the savings and premium.
Okay. I mean, if you say so, but I'm still saying, I think $250 a quarter is fair. That's my opinion.
$1,000 a year?
I mean, the HSA that I'm in, through a private sector employer, is half. And I've seen that in other,
Half of what number?
half of your deductible.
Which is?
35.
So if it's 3,000 for a family,
Like
the employer will
75,
pay
7,500.
1,500.
So my deductible's $4,000 individual, $8,000 for family, and I get $1,000 a year, $250 a quarter. And I think it was perfectly enough to induce me to join it versus our PPO plan.
If you're especially a young employee that doesn't utilize healthcare, like, it's a no-brainer. And what I've seen, 2 plans from my company, my wife's company, because we have to do the analysis every year, is $1,000 to $1,500. And they are going down. It used to be 15. To try to get people on, it was 1,500, close to 1,000. But I do find for people that don't view themselves as using insurance, young early career, it's a no-brainer at that. Someone that's further along with the family may see more risk in it, especially if they. So like the other place I think we need to explore, and I mentioned this is we need to also look at increasing some of those rates.
The deductibles?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing.
Both.
Yep, we're doing both.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have to open up the contracts if we just offered something new, like an HSA, but the deductible is changing their current plan,
Yeah.
so we have to open
I
it
think
up.
both, and there should be, I would imagine there'd be considerable savings if we were to do both things.
Yep.
And get us closer to what the market is as opposed to where we stand today.
But the tricky part is, each entity, Southborough, Northborough, the schools, we all have to agree.
Yep.
It was, when is our meeting? The 13th?
Thursday?
Yeah, there's.
Yeah, Thursday, this Thursday, yeah.
We have to agree to change plans, but couldn't we have a different offering by the time that we came up to negotiating with one of the unions? So if we're to change plans, we could open up negotiations and say we're changing our plan and we're doing a calendar year 26. But if we were to have different offerings when their contract expired, and we were to, couldn't we, at that time, have that offering is what we brought to the negotiations?
But some of their contracts don't expire for like 2 more years.
Oh, understood.
Well,
This may be like
Oh, okay.
multiple step journey. This may be.
So anything health insurance-wise that's in there now, if they agreed to these changes, it would wipe out what we have now, and there would be a new plan
Yeah.
inserted.
Totally. So I'm thinking that's one where mid-contract you go in and perhaps you insert yourself because you're having some things that people may want to move to. But then you're going to have decisions we make today that when their union agreement expires and we're renegotiating,
Oh, yeah.
we're offering a different plan than they had
Oh,
before.
absolutely.
So
Yeah.
I think that's where I see the value is even if we don't recognize it all in this year, we recognize it over the next 3 years.
Yeah, yeah, of course, and there's a change every single year. I mean, typically, it's with the way insurance rates are rising, and hopefully they're gonna come down. Well, they did come down. We were at 18% last year, so.
Jason?
Yeah, so.
Hi.
So I came up, so.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Nice to
But
see you.
I just wanted to share too as well that we're still going to face an increase because we're looking at our enrollments and our enrollments, the people that have chosen to enroll insurance. It's not just going to be purely the 12% if that's what passed through. We'd need to increase the budget in order to make up for the increased people that have elected to be on the insurance. So one of the benefits of working through this IAC process is trying to bring the options closer together in terms of a choice to entice people to make that jump into a win-win decision. And forgive me, I know we started talking about it a little bit, but the JPA, they have to make those movements in tandem with each other. We can't offer a different plan design than Southborough and the regional schools. And they're considering offering the contributions to the HSA to entice folks over to try to limit some of their exposure on the high deductible plan.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And for the amount of people that will actually do it and join the HSA, it's gonna be minimal. So 50% is, I would say, the least that the town could offer.
I just disagree. I say 1,000 and you need to get your,
The thing that's.
you need to
not-
change your attitude about
the
it.
things
I'm not
that-
trying to be mean. I'm just
No,
saying,
I'm
like,
talking
with that
about the-
attitude, of course
no,
no
the
one's gonna join
market.
it.
I'm talking about towns, towns that offer HSAs. Every single town, just about, that I know that offered a HSA at least offers half in the first year.
Well,
Just-
but that's where I don't understand, because you're only gonna get some movers in the first year, you're gonna need people in the second, third, fourth year. I find that most people in the first year, these new things are hard to do, and you look, and you're not sure you're gonna act, so I'm not sure you're gonna get that big bolus. But once you do, and you start figuring out that you're investing in the stock market in these, and you see the balance grow, like, it's remarkable, like, if the HSAs for 20 years add up to huge numbers. So, it's a mindset that's gotta change with education, but has our brokerage insurance advisor given us consultation on this?
Oh, absolutely.
They're
Mhm. We even have like videos that were,
No, on how much we should put it, how, like.
oh, yeah,
They were encouraging a contribution.
50.
Yeah, 50% or 250 a quarter, which one?
50%.
They were on record saying that?
Oh, yeah.
I still disagree.
As far as this topic is concerned, we are approaching 11.
I know, okay, let's.
Sorry, it isn't technically
I'll
on the
take
agenda
the fault
for
for
that
that
one.
one. I kind of got us off that.
Continue this topic.
Yeah, continue.
Next meeting, we really have to
But like,
discuss-
Steph, we can't say like it's going down when it goes up 18% to 12%. Like, at some point, it's gotta be inflationary or flat. Like, these aren't wins going from 18% to 12%. No
Oh,
one saw a
we
12% raise coming. But I'm done,
Yep.
we're done with the topic, but that's gonna land with no one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what are we gonna do?
No, but just, we're gonna have to change our offerings and our plans to the extent we can.
We are doing that.
Okay. Mike, do you have any report?
Yes, so we kind of already mentioned the school committee coming in at voting a budget of 6.96%. That it did include the 1.2 of special education costs, which if they were to receive, some mix of funding from the town to help with that, if that was to come off, their total budget increase would only be closer to 3%, not 6.9. So that special education costs is well over, I think, 60% of the increase that they're looking for. And if you look at the the fiscal years going back, the school department K through 8 has come in, going back to 2018, 3.19, 3.5, 2.73, 1% during the COVID year, 2.47, 3.46, 4.9 is a high watermark in 24, and then 3.99, and then 2.99 for fiscal 26. So they certainly are good at stretching a buck, because they don't come in with pretty large increases. They also did vote to establish a special education stabilization fund to get ahead of these types of issues in the future, so that they'll have some money stockpiled so that if they get a surprise like this, they're better able to manage it and not have to maybe rely on some additional funding from outside their budget. Youth Commission is having a spirit wear drive until March the 1st. So that's, they got that going on. Scholarship Committee is gearing up for a fundraiser where they're going to be selling the Algonquin graduation signs, and the scholarship application is open through the end of March 31st. So you can check that out on their website. DEI Committee elected a new chair, Mary Alexandra Molina. So that's some stuff going on with them. Per Scott, Cemetery Commission is quiet, as expected, so that's good. And then just the last thing, and I'll be quick about it. I was able to, I attended the Knox Artillery Trail 250 event in Worcester, which was awesome. As did Bob Light and Norm Corbin, who did a great job representing Northborough in full gear, so they were there. I had to get up and give like a quick 1.5, 2-minute speak about Northborough. I'm going to run through it real quick, I promise right now, just wanted to share what I said, because I don't know if there was any actual recordings of it or anything. But in the winter of 1775, as the cause stood at a critical moment, the success of the revolution in New England depended not only on military forces, but on the resolve and sacrifice of local communities. Among those communities was the town of Northborough. Knox and his artillery convoy moved through Northborough's countryside. It is said that local farmers provided supplies, manpower in brutal winter conditions. Roads had to be cleared, equipment repaired. These were ordinary citizens answering an extraordinary call. Northborough Minutemen had previously stepped up, marching to Cambridge in April of 1775 and fighting in the Battle of Bunker Hill in June that same year. Eventually, Northborough men were stationed at Dorchester Heights, where Knox's artillery would be positioned in March of 76. Northborough's contributions from its militia and civilian population may seem small, but without towns like Northborough, the cannons would never have reached their destination, the British would not have retreated, and the path to a new nation would have been in doubt. These efforts were made by citizens who understood the importance of the moment. Their willingness to contribute and take action despite harsh conditions, personal risk played a vital role in the cause of independence. That spark, that fire, which burned in Northborough and across New England and the other American colonies, produced the greatest achievement of human civilization, the American Republic. Let's make sure we keep that flame lit. God bless all those who marched and fought for the past 250 years, and God bless the United States of America.
All right.
And that concludes my reports.
Nice job.
Mic drop.
Thank you.
John, did you have a report?
Hard to beat that. No, just, again, a lot of financial planning committee conversation around the Z-roof and repair versus replace and restoration, what happens with the requirements to get it up to code if you go and you replace the whole thing. And so, I don't know, I'd be interested to see how, they're having a lot of productive debate still.
I think we should ask the assessor to reevaluate the assessment of the value of that property. because I think it's way undervalued, and if it were appropriately valued, we wouldn't hit the threshold.
Is that true?
I think. I mean, that's my opinion.
I mean,
It's my true opinion.
yeah.
But because it's triggered by if you're,
percent
as I
of-
understand,
yeah.
if the repair, or whatever you call it, is within over a certain percentage of the value of the property, I watched the meeting, and that's what they said.
I think
so
you're
that's what
dead
I'm going
on.
off of.
I think
There's
you're
two
dead on.
thresholds. There's
Okay.
one if it's going to be more than $500,000, that's
Okay,
triggered.
so that's
And then,
gonna be-
then the second, we're going to hit that threshold no matter what,
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
if it's the most superficial repair. Then the other one's 30% of the assessed value.
That's the
And
one I
then-
was thinking of, which.
And then, like, if we, again, the point was made, if the assessed value was 120 million, like it's being considered for Peasley, then you could do a gigantic, huge roof project and never trigger that 80.
Right, and no one's suggesting, and I'm not suggesting Z is worth the value of a new school, but I think it's worth more than 8. It's worth somewhere around whatever divided by 30% of the price of this project would get you is what, about, I think it's worth.
Yeah, I don't know what the
Plus
method
$1.
would be.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be cute.
That's
I'm
a degree
just-
of complication. I don't know how you would
Yeah.
go back and
Well, I don't know how they,
the MSBA over or the appropriate.
I don't know how they value schools to begin with. What's the market for schools?
I don't know either.
So you'd have to do I mean, to me, you've got market valuation, comps, income valuation, well, there's no income, or replacement cost valuation. Replacement cost valuation, it should be worth $120 million. Anyway, I'm just, the amount that they're spending to change the direction a door swings,
Yeah, that's
I'm just like, can we not?
self-induced.
Yeah, I think some more information is going to be coming from that, but I think, I'm probably rounding it up, but I think between the ADA repairs, I think that was about $500,000. I think it's about $400,000, and I think that the solar component was about $100,000 of the total 5.6.
Yeah, and then 970 or something was the architect and the design. I'm like, really? Are we like designing a lunar rover for the first time? It's not $1 million to design a replacement roof and oversee the project. Like, that's just insane.
The other piece on the solar, we just saw like a not very compelling deal for the solar deal we signed for Algonquin that we're stuck in for 7 years till we can buy it out. It's not very much cost savings at all, so unless you buy the solar, any of these finance schemes are unlikely to be profitable for Northborough, and that should be contemplated in some sort of plan, because the real savings is when you buy it, not versus what we just signed Algonquin, which is a terrible deal.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's my turn. So I hope everyone watched season 1, episode 1 of Discover Northborough.
Oh, yeah.
Our own Phantom Gourmet, wouldn't you say?
Phantom Gourmet.
It was about the cellar. It's really delightful. It's very fun and very, very well done.
She
Thank
did
you to
such
the-
an amazing job.
Yeah. So I just have a couple questions. One is about your report, Stephanie.
Yeah.
Why are we going out to bid on the downtown revitalization project, which I assume is Blake Street? Should we wait to see what we get with the RFPs for 4 West Main?
Wait, I don't know what you're talking about.
I think in your report, you said,
Yeah, it looks like they're going out to bid for the 800,000 CPA.
or
funded.
is it for complete streets?
Complete
What are
streets.
we?
That's for complete streets. Yes.
The thing that
Section of,
499,000 for.
Right.
Yeah, so the design was done, and now it's going out to bid in construction, right? Lori Connors?
I mean, it would have to be that, because the other project hasn't been approved at town meeting.
It
Why would we
definitely is.
Right,
go to
right.
bid?
Yep, it's the one that was already accepted, the design was already in, and so now she hopes to have it constructed by spring, that portion.
Constructed by spring?
Yeah,
Just as a reminder, this is the
Supposedly.
one that this board voted yes on and I voted no on. That's the one we're talking about.
Well,
Yeah, the sidewalk construction.
yeah. Well, is there a way to coordinate it with whatever whatever ideas we get for 4 West Main?
well, it's already been designed to that certain section, so.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the parking lot, though?
No.
Okay,
No,
good.
no.
Okay. All right. And then, of course, we're all receiving a lot of emails about Assabet Hill, that
Oh, yeah.
neighborhood.
So, at the appropriations meeting? Financial planning. At financial planning, and a resident called in and she was very upset, like brought to tears because nothing has been done. And she's like, I just can't live like this anymore. It's, this has been ongoing. So we decided that we could put it into 2 phases. So the first phase would be drainage, which is a major issue there. And the second phase would be the roadway and the sidewalks, because we can't bite off that large amount this year.
I think it's good that we're starting somewhere.
Yeah.
We can address the drainage issue and then hopefully move on to the.
Well, we'll
roadway
get all
repairs.
options on that, right?
Oh my gosh, I forgot we
I
still
have
have
it.
executive session.
Someone handed it to me a second ago. Was it you?
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, did Angie?
Am I silly?
Just so if it's.
What's happening?
Okay.
We don't know.
Oh, this, for executive session?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Stephanie, do you want to give us the highlights of your report, or?
I don't even have it because I thought you didn't want me to do that anymore.
I wouldn't, we could keep.
I've read it.
It's posted.
Yeah.
Yes, I read it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Diane, do you
I
want?
have no report.
Okay. All right, then, public comments. Has anyone waited until public comments? And future agenda items. You know what we need to have? The AARP thing.
Oh my God, I just got my card in the mail. I know, it's so sad.
You can say it's a mistake. Convince yourself. But we have
Okay,
to-
but AARP, what?
Remember, the
Age-friendly
senior
communities?
director
Oh.
presented
Yeah.
the program, and we asked her to go back.
Oh,
and-
I wasn't there that meeting.
Oh,
I was
we
away,
asked her
but
to go back
yes.
and talk to Council on Aging, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if I'm remembering that discussion right.
Because you wanted
it
a
was-
committee.
She seemed to want an additional committee rather than put this on Council on Aging, which I understand. Being on Council on Aging and knowing what their scope is, I'm like, it's 80% overlap with what's already in their scope.
So she was going to come back to us, so it just needs to be,
Okay, I'll
on
talk to
on
her.
a future agenda
Okay,
item.
yep.
Okay, let's see, any other business to come before the board? Anybody have anything? All right, so, let's see. I don't need to formally adjourn this part, right? Just move into executive session.
Yeah, with the purpose to
I
not come out.
Angie made me look good. So at this time, the board will enter into executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to review and approve executive session meeting minutes, to discuss the initiation of litigation regarding 61 to 65 Main Street, to discuss strategy with respect to the agreement between the town of Northborough and Elegant Banquets for the White Cliffs property located at 167 Main Street, is authorized by town meeting under Article 43 of the 2024 Annual Town Meeting warrant, and to discuss strategy with respect to negotiating a tax increment financing agreement with Saint-Gobain Research America located at 9 Goddard Road as authorized under Article 47 of the 2025 Annual Town Meeting, where discussion of these matters in open session may have a detrimental effect on the town's position. The board will adjourn from executive session and will not return to open session. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to approve the executive session meeting.
Are we
No.
in executive session?
Wait until we get
Oh,
to
we're in
it.
it.
Oh, yeah,
No,
no, we're
I
not
thought I was
in it
making a
yet.
motion to go in executive
Okay,
session.
we have to take a vote. We have to take, it's getting late.
getting
We have to-
Fine,
Okay,
good.
let's have a vote to go into executive session. We have a motion and it's been seconded. Jacob, how do you?
Can I
John?
have a discussion?
Yeah.
I think that the wording that we have to use on the initiation of litigation is unfortunately worded, but I think that that's what council says we have to say. So I just want to make that statement that I think that that's an unfortunately worded phrase.
Which one?
I mean, I'm not saying change it, because that's what council said we had to say, but we're discussing
Litigation.
possible litigation.
Oh.
I mean,
We're not.
we're discussing. But anyway, I just want to make that comment out there, because in the past, I've gotten some flack about that particular wording.
Well, it's.
Are you sure we
just
need it,
legal
and
wording,
not
right?
just?
No, I thought we're getting an update.
No, you're just getting an update.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Okay.
Are we in it yet?
No.
No.
So I-
We
so
have
with
a
that-
motion on
so-
the
so
table.
sorry.
It's been seconded. Roll call vote.
I vote
Jacob.
aye.
John.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Laura.
Aye.
And I vote to move into executive session.